going to eat my neighbors. You think I like size it up? I'm gonna haul him up by chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up by chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like the frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Quack, 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 quack. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Frogs. Place point.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. So today is a special occasion here, and that is that it is our 400th live broadcast on Truthseekers. So I thought what we could do is have a bit of a celebration and a panel discussion tonight. Anything goes, open topics, open phone lines, and you too, anyone watching today, can join in the live panel discussion right here. I haven't done it yet. I have sent some invitations to a few different people, but I am going to right now go over to the live chat, and I'm going to put the invitation to join the show in the live chat. You just need any browser. You need headphones. Headphones are very important. Otherwise, this is going to be a big echoey mess. And the software that brings you into our show works in any browser. You can join from your smartphone. You can join from a PC, laptop. Anything works, and you are all most welcome here. And I'm going to bring in panel members. And hey, we're going to have a bit of a celebration today. First person that I'm going to bring in is my co-host for tonight, because she's the only one that showed up so far. So she wins by default. We have Terry Joy, not my rabbit hole.
Hi, I'm actually just putting my headphones on.
You're terrible. How can you co-host the show without headphones? Terry Joyce, you asshole. You started this shitty show. It's starting off shitty because of you. I'm blaming you.
I heard headphones. I was like, oh my God, let me go get them really quick because I forgot. Yeah.
No, you know what? You know what it seems to be? You know what it seems to be is if there's only two people on this kind of a thing, you can almost get away with the echo cancellation that somebody cannot be wearing headphones. But what happens is when there's 10 of us and nobody's wearing headphones, it gets all this. I think it causes like feedback loops and echoing and all kinds of stuff. And then the audio files start crying in the comments, and everybody knows that's my favorite thing, Terry Joyce, when people are crying about audio quality. When they're listening on a phone with literally a $2 Chinese speaker and they're complaining about the audio quality, right?
Right. Well, I fixed it though. I fixed it. I need to get professional
You know what I do? Because I break shit and I step on, like I'll put these on the floor behind me by accident and then I step on them. So I break shit. I won't buy a real expensive Five Below. I just go and buy 5 pairs at once. I buy 5 pairs. And I leave them in a box up on a shelf. And when I break one, I throw it in the trash and I get the next one. I mean, they're not incredible. They're $5, but they work,
Oh, okay. Are those Bluetooth?
No, they just plug in. They're just plug in. I don't like Bluetooth stuff because it gets, because I've got a Bluetooth speaker and I do have Bluetooth headphones and earbuds, but sometimes things get confusing. Like it confuses it. Like, am I supposed to be playing it through the speakers? And then they won't stop through the speakers when you want it just in the head. I don't like Bluetooth. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good to know. I will make sure that I get.
I saw your show today on this Oki thing. I reached out to him for an interview, but he hasn't gotten back to me. I'm hopeful that I'm going to get to interview him because that's a great story. For those who don't know, this guy Oki, he has a YouTube channel, Oki's Strange Stories. Great YouTube channel, by the way. He decided he was going to infiltrate the secret space program people. And what he did is he studied up on the lore and the mythology and what a lot of these so-called super soldiers say. And he came up with a ridiculous story about being a super soldier and being trained by a clone of Kevin Smith and everything. And fighting aliens and space and shit. And then he went on James Rink's super soldier talk program and told his story. And everybody loved him. They thought he was the best whistleblower for years, right?
One lady said she was even crying all the way through it. I'm like, how does that happen? Like, really?
I know. This is crazy, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting, though, how easily and how quickly that guy was able to fool everybody, right? He said it in his documentary piece, and I agree with him. He could have made a bunch of money. He could have written a book or something or sold some shit, and those people would have ate it up, don't you think?
Definitely. I think they would, and they do eat it up. And the thing that got me the most was at the end when he said that, he almost believed himself. Like he could see himself, that he was detached when he did it, that he didn't miss a beat in telling a story, and that he could actually see himself making, going farther with it.
I listened to the whole. I listened to his whole interview with James Rink, and
you did?
I thought it was hysterical because James Rink is sitting there eating it up. Like, who were you in a past life? And he said he was a black samurai, and then James Rink said that he was a gladiator in a past life.
They show that he shows that in his documentary, but I'm thinking about going to his Patreon too and joining and then watching the full episode because I'm curious to see the whole thing.
It's just a laugh riot how the guy interviewing him just totally believes him, didn't push him on any specifics or of course no proof. You don't need any proof. Do you think this James Rink he is in like I'm not sure on him. Like he seems like he sincerely believes.
I know he does,
and that's kind of sad, right? I think it's kind of sad if he really believes him.
Maybe. I mean,
And I don't understand another thing. Why are all these super soldiers always like 50 pounds overweight, not in good shape? They look terrible, right? I've never seen like a really buff dude with like a body like that. Who's the actor that played Captain America? Like Chris Evans, right? Like I've never seen a really buff, well put together, beefy, muscular guy that's claiming to be a super soldier. It's always some fat guy with a big beer gut and bald and shit and like talking about his superior genetics, right?
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the Randy Kramer, I mean he has a slight build. I mean, it's not like you, unless they're wearing, they go, well, we got into like a suit that made us, more whatever,
have some kind of excuse. No, Randy Kramer's like really fat, actually.
Is he fat now? Because I remember
he's really fat, and he's getting fatter as he gets older.
I guess we're all getting fat, really, in some ways.
Well, yeah, I tell you, I gotta lose.
I gotta work on it myself.
I got COVID weight, and I'm sure that I started drinking a lot more than I used to before COVID because I'm sitting at home and whatever. So I don't know, maybe 10 pounds I got to lose. Which honestly, I could drop 10 pounds in 2 or 3 weeks just by stopping drinking beer. I bet you. Probably that's a lot of carbs. That's a lot of carbs. So maybe I'll switch to vodka, right? Just switch to vodka.
We are switching to vodka. Yeah, I looked at my video today and I had a turtleneck on and it pushed all this up like this, and I go, "Oh my god, I'm Bruce Valanche."
Or you switch to non-caloric, things. There's no calories in that. There's no calories in that. Oh, look at who we have here. We have Kelly, the video girl.
Hey,
and Kelly, I just want to tell you that they look terrific. I mean, you look terrific. You look terrific tonight. Thank you. She wore quite an appropriate shirt. Look at that. We have an audience of 80% men, and I got to give them what they want. Kelly's coming here, both guns blazing. Honey, you look beautiful. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So what have you been up to, Kelly? I haven't talked to you in a while.
I know. Well, I'm a full-time video producer.
What happened to the videos you were going to produce for me? Remember, you said if you need any help, I'll help you. And then I asked her for all kinds of shit. She didn't done nothing.
Something. I went and I got this bad boy. So I went and I just went and bought this. Oh, it's so good. Hold on.
I'm going to solo you.
DSLR. And then I got some nice lenses for that too.
Oh, I gotta buy some new camera equipment. My stuff is so old that it's early Kodak, early HD.
Oh, but wait, and then I got this too. And then I went and I got a whole
Oh, is that like a motorized mount?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So you could control it with a little joystick or with a little controller, right?
Well, no, in my hand. So it's all here.
Oh, but still, that's cool for panning and moving back and forth.
Oh, that is really
I like
cool.
one of those. And I just want to thank the Dirty Pox for kind and generous. What is that? 3 pounds, I think, can be. And your exposure of UFO fakers is invaluable. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We appreciate it. And here we have.
How you doing, Steve?
Bobby,
how you doing?
Bobby Dogstone is here.
I got it, Bobby in the shit.
I was here as a Disney character with Art Levine that time. You guested me. It was incredible.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah,
I
remember. I remembered the name, and the name sounded familiar, but I didn't recognize it without the cartoon avatar.
Right, exactly. The whole Disney character persona going on.
So Kelly, tell us about. Oh, I was going to ask Kelly to tell us about this she's full-time video production now. So what are you working on?
Well, so for the last 14 years, I know I'm 40. So my jam is I work in Waterloo, which is like the Silicon Valley of Canada. So what I do is I work for a lot of tech companies, and I come in and I build their video production studio. And right now, what my mostly focus is video marketing. So it's like everything through the funnel. So it's like where you're coming in, and how's that getting. Anyways, yeah. So
yeah, no, that's a good business to be in now, because every company realizes now that they got to have videos on the internet, and most people don't have an in-house person to do it. When I worked in IT, I worked for a small company, and they just, part of what they decided I had to do for them was their social media videos, because they didn't have anybody that knew how to even edit anything. So, and that was, they wanted really simple crap though, like somebody talking about new product, and then we'd make a video or whatever. But it was fun because it got me away from the, sitting in a cube for all day. So once in a while I got to do something else. That's good. Bobby Dogstone, what have you been up to?
Well, I'm kind of right now I'm working in a grocery store, but I remember watching your videos. I used to be Abram Davis, not Bobby Dog. I had to kill the Abram Davis channel because I got too political with the whole Pizzagate thing and everything. But I remember you talking about cryptids in Alaska. But the fact that you're actually looking at David Wilcock and you're debunking, because I remember when he was talking about being reincarnated by Edgar Cayce. And I was just talking to somebody on YouNow tonight, and I'm like, this guy, he said he was reincarnated, Edgar Cayce. I remember 2012, a lot of people that were talking about when 2012 comes around, they're going to jump off a mountain. Everything's
we're all going to get superpowers.
We're all going to get fifth dimensional
Right.
superpowers. I mean, oh my God, and it's like, I know this isn't going to happen, but then he changed the whole stick, So you've been on his ass, and that's really cool. I mean, the fact that you're debunking some of these guys.
What the fuck is that, Kelly? If I wasn't married, I would be doing my best game possible. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, come on. This is everybody thinks my channel is like Tinder. Every time a woman comes on, there's always dudes. There's always
I don't
dudes
get it.
trying to
What do you mean?
Well, that's why I came in, because it's
that's
got to be half
what you
and
mean.
half.
Yeah.
You got half sausage. You got
Kelly,
half over here.
I thought you were looking.
Half sausage,
I thought you were
half
looking for. Well, Kelly, I thought you were looking for a new boyfriend or something, right? Maybe.
Yeah, bitch, I am newly fucking single, but I don't want anyone fucking jacking off on my tits. Well, I mean,
Not that guy though. I mean, not that guy.
Yeah, Kelly wants somebody jerking off on her tits, but not that guy. Not that guy, because she's got.
But I mean, like,
at least standards.
At least take her out for a cup of coffee or something.
Exactly.
Not just like, right? I mean, come on.
I
Right?
love that.
Don't go for it.
I wanted to
You know
say,
what, Kelly? This is
I'm very gracious that you guessed me that one time when Art Levine was here.
I remember.
I know he was slumming it in the ghetto, and I was very drunk, and yeah.
It's almost a prerequisite.
Yeah, he was very good. He was very gracious. You guys are very gracious.
You have to be drunk or high or both to come here and be on the show.
Yeah,
we don't have sober people come here.
I guess that's the whole point. Yeah,
Kelly, this is bad. This is a bad story, but I used to have a friend. I was in all these rock bands, and I had this friend that was like a Vince Neil kind of character. He was a singer in another band, not my band. And his thing used to be to go up to girls at the shows in the club and just right straight out say, "Hey, can I see your tits?" And I was amazed at how many women would show him their tits. And his logic was, if he goes up to a woman and says, "Can I see your tits?" and she shows him her tits, then he knew he could bang her right away. He just cut through all the bullshit. Can I bang this girl or not? Let me see your tits. And if she pulled it, then he knew he could bang her. And it worked for him. I was amazed that this shit worked.
Okay, but would he marry that girl?
No.
Like, right.
No,
See?
he wouldn't know.
Yeah. I mean,
No, it's
I
like
wouldn't even marry that.
it's like
That was the whole
it's
point.
like
He just wanted to bang her. He didn't want to marry her. He just
that's like a moped. It's fun to ride, but you don't want to drive it forever. Thank you, Chris77, for your kindness, generosity, and support. $5 super chat saying Taco Bell wage contribution. Actually, I might have to do accounting. We might be slightly past Taco Bell wages lately, so things are proceeding rapidly here. We're doing much better.
Yeah, no, actually, I just scheduled. I am getting them reducted.
I just wanted to say that.
Oh no! Why would you do that?
I don't think
for
you
health
should do it.
reasons, right?
Are
You got back problems and stuff carrying those big boys around?
I'm 5'1". Do you guys not
Wow.
understand?
You're
I'm
5'1"
a little
like that,
girl.
Kelly?
I'm
Holy
5'1",
jeez.
and I have like triple D's. Like these need to go. Like I need to cut these off.
Can I have a little bit of it? Maybe I'll come join you.
I worked with a woman that she got a reduction, and for some reason she got some of that got put in her butt somehow.
Ew, I don't.
Like they filled in her butt because she was like, I have a flat ass and my titties are too big, so I'm gonna get some stuff. I'm gonna get my titties reduced and my flat butt fixed, and that's what she did. And here's Matt R is with us. Welcome, Matt R. To our 400 show celebration.
I'm just wondering. I mean, women with big breasts. I mean, doesn't that like in the future when you get older, that's like a liability, right? The bigger breast when you get older, that's a liability.
Yeah, they start sagging.
It hurts.
Yeah,
it hurts. No, I'm getting them reduced. So
I'm just I understand.
These bitches are gone.
Then you're gonna have to buy all new bras, aren't you? I would think, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
okay, so what are you going to reduce it to, like a C or still a D, but not a double D?
Well, I'm like a triple D now, and then I just want to do like a C or D.
Okay.
Big fat.
It'll still be good. It'll still be good. It'll still. Yeah. It's.
Wait, could you do that again? Come on, help a brother out. We got 80% men watching this show. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Kelly. Way to help a brother out. That'll get us some super chat.
Oh, Jesus.
So next, I'm going to ask her. I'm going to send you a poll for the next panel show, Kelly. Those polls you put up in the room,
Stephen, I wanted to ask you about is there an Anjali update? Because I've been
there's
watching
no update. You know what? I just talked to her, I think yesterday. Well, not talked to her. She messaged me because I was asking her about Barbara Lamb's contact information. And unfortunately, Barbara Lamb's like half deaf now, so that makes interviewing her difficult, but I'm still going to try to do it. She just sent me her contact info. Pardon me, but I don't think anything's going on with her. I think that's a dead story at this point.
I was watching the show with the S4, the whole you talked to the third phase of the moon, and I think that show was very good. I mean, you guys, and
that rabbit hole just keeps getting deeper and deeper because last night we had Richard Doty come on and look at it and say, yeah, that's where they keep the aliens. And I was like, oh no. Like alien science is pretty much nailed. It's just a mine. There's nothing special about it. It's an old mine. And then Richard Doty comes along and goes, that's where they keep. When I was on
there, goes down to a deep underground military base.
Yeah, that's where he said that's where they keep the aliens.
I'm listening to what he's saying, and I'm like, okay, but he's been in the intelligence business. But I'm like,
I can't disagree, Tony McClure.
Right.
Can you guys hear me? By the way, I've never tried StreamYard before.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, Matt. I'm a friend of the show. Good to have you here.
Yeah, I'm in my. I'm using my phone in my browser, and I wasn't even sure this would work. So yeah, I've been a guest on the show twice, just to let everyone know who I am. But yeah, the reason
Matt R, for those that don't remember, you could go through our old videos here. Has had experiences with reptilian aliens, right, Matt?
That's right. I was on the New Orleans. I was on the police during Katrina in New Orleans, and
that broadcast. Yeah.
Yeah, it's well. The reason I jumped in, I appreciate the invite. The reason I jumped in though was the last thing I heard was you were talking about the Oki's Weird Stories, which is one of those. I've followed his channel for a while because I watch a lot of documentary channels, true crime channels. Today I found out, and then you get into the list. So he always comes up as a really good sort of documentary channel. And I saw his thing on the secrets on infiltrating, pretending to be a secret space program participant, and that was interesting to say the least. I've never been on James Rink's show, just to be clear. I'm not bashing James Rink, but I've never
I would
never
think he
been
would
on
have.
there.
He's interviewed like everybody.
Yeah, I know he's covered everyone, but it's funny because the first MyLab I had, not to retread, everything I've said on 2 interviews on your show, but the first MyLab I had was almost a full year after Trump was already president. So that already put me at odds with almost all these whistleblowers who said all the underground bases are being shut down and they're doing these secret missions rescuing the kids and blowing up this base and that base. And the 17th letter of the alphabet plan, it's a go. I've got all these sources and connections. And that just completely put me like outside that, because I'm like, well, no, I just had my first. I've had abductions before that, as we discussed, but this is my first taken to a joint facility with our military and the Reptilians and Greys, and it's like, okay, if Trump has shut all this down, he's been in office a year, and you guys are doing surgery on me. I don't clearly. So that before this whole thing fell apart, before the narrative just completely hit a wall, that, already I was on the outs. I was not in the cool kids club. That's why I didn't see me on James Rink, because almost, I'd say like 99% of the people there, the bases are being blown up, shut down. The Reptilians are being sent off world, which, by the way, that's been going on since Alex Collier, who's back, by the way, and by the way, he's a 17th letter of the Alphabet Insider now, too, like everyone else. But that's been going on for like 20, 25 years. Every year, the Reptilians all the bases are being shut down. They're all being, exiled from the planet. Corey was doing that 2 years ago.
We're winning the war against those reptilian aliens, and we never,
Can I say something about Alex Collier? You mentioned Alex Collier being he's a 17th letter of the Alphabet Insider. Before he
now he is.
Now he is. Okay, before he was a UFO person, he was Ralph Omicron, who did time in prison, all right, for IRS fraud. And then he became on Carrie Cassidy, and now he's the 17th letter of the Alphabet Insider. I cannot believe it. Sorry, I just had to say something. I had to say something.
Here's somebody with prison record.
Another convicted criminal talking about his experience.
Yes. Carrie Cassidy surrounds herself with them. They're all, everybody's been to prison. It's normal.
God, when I went to your show,
prison, you get abducted by aliens.
Right, and abducted by aliens.
When I went on Carrie's show, I gave her video of me being sworn in during Katrina on 60 Minutes. Right there, clear video. She never used any of the still frames in it. So people were like, oh, this guy's just another guy. There's no proof of anything he's saying. It's like I sent her all the proof. She didn't use it. She just I'm not attacking her personally, but it's like you could have used a clip or something that I emailed, to like, because otherwise people are like, well, here's another guy going on their show and we'll go into his background and everything was made up. And it's like, no, I've got documents and videos. And it's like, this whole field of people who come out of nowhere. I mean, this recent thing where Clif High suddenly, he's the new king of the 17th letter of the alphabet. Wano Saban is quoting him.
Matt, listen, you got to do me a favor. Stop sending me Clif High garbage, because you and 10 other people, every time Clif High says something stupid, I get 10 messages from 10 different people going, can you believe this shit, Steve Cambion? Like, I'm not his agent. I don't know what the hell. I think he's full of shit. I don't care.
Clif High has been trying to make a computer. He's a computer programmer who's been trying to make algorithms since 2001 to like figure out things based on text and so forth, and making his own AI. I mean, Clif High is a really smart computer programmer, but he's trying to make these
Well, I'm
programs.
a computer programmer, and I would beg to
Right.
differ.
Well, he claims to be, you know.
I'm just saying. You know?
He's got this whole thing about woo, you know. He's like he's trying to like the woo of Aikido. He was an Aikido. He did Aikido, and he talks about these stories and so forth. And you know, I mean, you know, Clif High, he's a smart guy, but I don't know.
Well, I think that what he has done is very dangerous, because I don't want to talk about the current health crisis, but he did say that if you get that certain procedure, that you would be sterile within a year. And that was a year and a few months ago.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, you would be sterile within 6 months and you would be dead within a year. He's running around telling people that, which
Clif
is very
High was
dangerous.
a guy,
He's not a doctor. Get your, if you need to make a decision about your health, consult your doctor. Don't go to some nutter on the internet.
Yeah, talk to
that's
a doctor.
Going to tell you, you know, this is the deadly procedure. You'll die. You'll be sterile. And by the way, we do not believe that, but this is something somebody else is saying. I say, if you have to make a health decision, consult your own doctor and make your decision after being, you know, having a conversation with your doctor.
Yeah, nobody hears doctors. I'm not a doctor.
The problem with Clif High saying stuff like that, is that he takes away from the other people like Joe Rogan or Jimmy Dore or, you know.
Yeah, who are legitimately questioning things,
right,
not
exactly. And so now the media can go, oh, everybody who doesn't want to do it, here's Clif High, and he's the poster boy for everybody. That's what the 17th letter of the alphabet does.
Well, it's just he became such a superstar so quickly when he didn't even believe in Q until like the summer, and then suddenly he had this epiphany where
Don't
it's like,
say
okay,
the letter.
this is real.
It's the letter of the alphabet.
Jesus,
Not
sorry.
the letter.
You can edit that later. I'm sorry. The 17th.
Yeah,
letter.
right. I'm gonna download this whole thing and take 3 hours to edit out one time somebody says it. No, it's okay if somebody says it like once. But
KW.
And listen, I've been informed by a friend of mine that works at Google that that's exactly what the algorithm does. It listens for that letter. And then when it hears that letter, it flags videos no matter what you're talking about. Even if you're saying, that's total garbage, it's stupid. If you say that letter, you could get your video flagged. So we try to avoid it here.
Yeah, I will avoid anything that even rhymes with that. Geez, 17th. Okay, it shows you just in that field how these people, these experts, come out of nowhere and they become the top. You remember when Simon Parks was the king of the hill for a while?
I always loved Simon Parks doing it because I can't tell you how many family members and friends that I had that were into that. And they would send me his videos, and I would have to go, you know, before he was an expert on this, he was banging cat queen aliens and having alien baby hybrids, right? And they would go, no, he wasn't.
He did what I did. He worked at a grocery store.
I'd have to send them his videos talking about that, and then they would feel so dumb, you know? And some of them would argue with me, though, which I always loved. Like, well, just because he said that doesn't mean he's not telling the truth about this. I'm like, are you kidding me? He banged cat queen aliens before this. It's so stupid. And we have Ron from Cosmic Neighbors is here.
You always catch me at the worst moment.
Hello,
everybody.
It's not like you were like sucking a cock or something.
I was down in the corner there for 5 minutes, so I figured.
I didn't see you there.
Remember, I used to be a Disney character, but I'm
half blind. I'm half blind, so I, you know, sometimes I don't notice somebody's waiting in the wings there. And in my defense, I might be mesmerized by them. I mean, her. Or I mean, never mind.
Well, that's what happened. I opened up YouTube.
I'm having trouble focusing, Ron. I'm having trouble focusing. Right? So what are you up to, Ron? What are you doing?
I just was warming up the car, shopping and all that. And then I came in, turned on the computer, and I'd seen Kelly. And I said, that's it. I'm getting right into the stream.
Yeah, and Brandy Phillips, I don't know what you're talking about, so you're going to have to explain it, because I know a lot of strange people who say a lot of strange things. She says, Stephen, why do your friends get free passes for telling lies about fake death threats? I don't even know who you're referencing there, because we've got people. Death threats. Yeah, I don't know. We've got people claiming somebody made death threats. You got to narrow it down, right, Terry? Because there's some crazy people that say crazy things, and I don't know.
Right.
I don't know which person that she's. So tell me who made death threats.
Maybe it's one of her boobs is one of the
Kelly
guests.
said it.
Giving
Kelly
out
said it on my show.
fake death threats. Right.
Kelly said
I don't remember anything about it, at least in the current drama. I don't even remember the phrase death threat coming up. Like I don't any kind of.
No, I don't remember anybody saying anything about death threats. I would hope not, right? Kelly's a troublemaker, though. Look at her. You're causing all this drama now, Kelly. Thank you. You're muted, by the way. I think you have to unmute yourself, though. Or did I mute you? No, you muted yourself. She's just going to stay mute, I guess. You have to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
Oh, now you are. Yeah.
Whoa. Kelly lied and cried and said she was getting death threats. I never.
Oh, nobody said anything about that, but somebody else said that they were getting death threats from you and your friends. Maybe that's what she's referring to. I thought that stuff was gone, right? That guy scurried away.
So congrats, Steve, on your 400th live.
Yeah, 400th live show. I can't believe it. It feels like just yesterday that I started this, and I can't believe that we're already at 400. Like that, it surprised me. But we were doing backups. That's how I realized it. And I was like, 395, 397. Holy geez! The next show we do is going to be our 400th. So we decided to do this tonight instead of do a normal show. I wasn't going to do a show tonight. Spooky likes to make me work. She's not even here. She's like, yeah, do a panel show, Steve, on your night off. I'll be there. And then she sent me pictures of all this liquor that she bought. So I think that she's like passed out drunk, which is why she's not here. Thanks, Spooky, for making me work on my night off. She got blackout drunk and didn't show up. That's where we're at.
You have to kind of,
don't worry, though. Bobby Dogstone is drinking enough for all of us. So we're okay, right? Terry, what are you working on next on your show? What are your are you doing some shows next week, and what are they going to be on? Because I need material to steal. I mean, I'm very interested in what you're doing on your show.
Well, I'm going to do a rant on my Anchor, Spotify, just my own thoughts kind of thing that I don't normally incorporate into my live stream so much. Sometimes I do, but I'm thinking of delving into next week, Brian Harvey and Sean Atwood and their whole world over there. Brian Harvey is really fascinating to me. He was a former UK pop star with E17, like the lead singer of a boy band. And he's, talk about somebody who's getting harassed or maybe having death threats. I would think it'd be someone maybe like Brian Harvey. So I'm fascinated, and I'm fascinated with the drama of that. And I've even kind of gotten in a little bit of it myself, not intending to. And
I want to ask you about that dude you dated that thinks he's Jesus.
Yeah. Right,
I'll finish this one first, though. But
okay,
dated this dude that thinks he's Jesus.
I got a weird life, actually. And so,
Kelly, did you know this? Carrot Top, the comedian. Carrot Top, the comedian.
Carrot Top, yes.
Carrot Top, the comedian, once tried to gangbang Terry Joyce with a couple of his friends.
Well, I mean, one friend.
One friend.
The hair that Terry has right now, and I'm straight, I would gang her, okay?
Carrot Top has been working out lately. On Joe Rogan's show, I think he's kind of older now, but he's been working out, so he's got a really good body now. He's
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, here.
I'm way older than you.
Straight from an alcoholic blackout.
I'm alive. Hello.
Gorgeous.
We had Spooky in the back. We're sobering her up.
I keep seeing
this
Brandy bitch popping up saying bullshit, but
I think she's arguing over that. Remember that dude that accused you guys of using your tits? And you shouldn't. That's what she's talking about.
Wait. I want to jump in for a second. Kelly,
wait, go on, Ron.
Did you see that lady that I think was blasting you and Alien Girl on Twitter? Her name is Linda Thompson. She made this whole
older lady, right?
About this is not good for ufology. People get
that's UFO Karen. That's UFO Karen, that older lady.
Yes.
That old
Brandy
lady's
Phillips,
UFO Karen.
she
And
is
she does not like
not.
young, attractive women talking about
It
UFOs.
was just disgusting because I'm like they were having a good time because I seen some clips on Twitter because of that lady and she made a big stink over it. Like really ufology, like that's what ufology needs. Needs a bunch of people getting drunk and
That's what we're trying to do. And then we see these fucking cunts. Sorry, I don't.
That's
mean to
okay.
say cunts. I
She
don't.
said it with a K.
I love that
I don't
word.
mean to say
Actually.
cunts, but they fucking cunts. And you know what?
Preach.
We're having fun. Like, who cares? Like, when people are really like attacking somebody, like, oh, you're
Just don't watch if you don't like it. You know,
Right.
people when they
Right.
say, "Oh, that
Like
video
what?
sucks, Ron."
like, can you prove aliens are real? If not, this is our community. We're just trying to figure shit out. And if you're trying to put people down,
Well, it seems to me
These people actually think that seniority counts in ufology. I've been into this for 30 years, so
and you
that
know what
means
the funny
Heard a lot of
thing
people
is?
say that kind of stuff.
Listen.
What was
There's
it,
no
George? Now
seniority.
I told you,
Because-
Stephen, that it's like, hey,
because-
boy, I've been doing this
because-
for a long time. You don't know how to research like
One
I
at
do.
a
I've
time,
been doing
Kelly.
this for a
Go
long
ahead.
time, yeah.
Bobby, relax.
So you
Go ahead,
think
Kelly.
that there's seniority. That's fine. But the people who are in seniority, and I'm not saying any names, and I'm saying this right now, I'm dropping it down. There are many people within ufology that's fucking around with other people in ufology, and it's such a big secret. I'm not saying any fucking names, but it's a fucking shit show. Like, it's a shit show. Like, there's
there's just a bunch of jerk offs in it.
No, you can't start like that and not give us the goods. I want to know who's banging who, Kelly. Come on.
It's probably
Give us the
mostly
name.
Women. It's probably mostly women that are
Give us
saying, "Oh, we don't want to see the ufology with boobs."
At least give
it's
us
a
the initials
women.
and get back to
Is it women?
No,
it's men too?
No,
It's the fake. It's the fake UFO people.
There's so much going off, and then I see this brainy fucking bitch coming off saying like Kelly lied. Lied about fucking what? Lied about what?
Try to watch the F-bombs, please.
Sorry.
We have Rogue Status is here. Fellow Philly miscreant is.
This is entirely too
Why
interesting
would
now
you
to come
come on
hello.
this terrible show, Rogue?
This is
Jeez.
entirely too interesting not to. Are you kidding me?
You know what? It's Rogue Status. I've never seen Spooky before and seen your face or Rogue Status. I'm like, wow.
Well, how you go?
It's fun to put a face to that.
Right,
Isn't it? That's one of the reasons I like doing this, because then I know who I'm talking to in the live chat better. You know, it gives me like a better sense of them. Because some of these people, you know, I could talk to them in the live chat for 2 years and I've never seen their face. I don't really know. You just get that. And you never know, because, you know, look, Rogue Status. Who's that guy? Sounds like a renegade or a cool guy. And then
Hell yeah, he is.
And then he's from Philly like me, so he's a slime ball.
Okay.
Hey, go fuck yourself, jerk off.
Slime ball.
You know, when we talk about how bad ufology's gotten, just, you know, in the last, the slope it's on right now. If has anyone here watched it's all over the bootleg sites, the new Extraordinary movie with all the cool kids ufology sitting in chairs.
Oh, you mean the experts?
They're sitting in wicker chairs in like a sunroom. It's terrible.
I mean, the budget, the special effects, you could see a notable step down from the last Extraordinary seating, which wasn't horrible in my opinion. But you see, there's a step down. And you're wondering, where did the money go? Why are the drawings? They're spending less money on those. They're spending less money on the set. It's all going to you know the new guy, the car scammer. I don't want to say his name because he might flag it. But you know, this is another
Billy Carson and
okay.
It's all the old crowd: Billy Carson, Jimmy Church, Linda Moulton Howe, Nick Pope. Yeah, and
like,
for people that don't know too, that J3 Films that made that film, before they made this new film with all these UFO celebrities, they are still profiting from and promoting the Stan Romanek story, and he's a kiddie porn collector. So
Well,
really,
there's the
moral and
infamous-
ethical companies out there making UFO documentaries.
Did you
They're
ever
still
see the
selling.
video? Did you ever see the video of Romanek being interviewed where he throws an object?
Yeah, he
Like
threw a
over his
pen and
shoulder?
tried to act like it was like a poltergeist activity.
Yeah, that
He
was.
didn't realize that he was in frame throwing the pen at himself. The
Oh,
dummy.
God. That was yeah, and man, but that documentary, the one that came out just, which I recommend not watching legally. I watched it in a not legal way because I would not pay money. I don't know how much it is. It was some ridiculous price, it was like $20, $30. It was some insane
all the
Hey, we
price.
same
cannot. Matt, we cannot promote or condone piracy.
Ah,
Terms of service. So
uh,
what he meant to say was,
He
if
watched
you can
Watch
watch it with a friend that already paid for it or something like that, do it that way. Don't give these clowns no money. I would support that.
right.
Yeah.
Go to your neighbor's house, creep up, look through the window, wait till they wait till they rent it eventually at some point, and then that's how you drill a hole in the wall. And look, it's the movie was just, it was so amateur. It was so hastily put together. It reminded me of Corey's coloring book that just came out, where he didn't even
but
finish.
There's always a silver cloud or a silver lining to every cloud, right? Like, and I watched this thing, and I've been thinking about making documentaries forever. And by the way, I own the rights to all the world's leading Roswell experts being interviewed about Roswell. So I thought that'd be a great documentary. When I watched that, any of my doubts in myself that I could create a good documentary just went right up. I'm like, this is garbage. I've got good material and good experts, and I know a little bit about editing and music and production, so I'm going to do it, because if those clowns can make a movie, there's hope for all of us.
It's the same thing over and over, though.
And the same guys, yeah.
And the same guys. It's like I just seen something about that show Ancient Aliens. They're talking about the mimics encounters. Like, it's over and over and over.
Well, you see the group thinking, or the group thought. Like right now, you have David Jacobs convincing everyone that the praying mantises
That
are.
audio is like too much. You need to bring that down like 2 decimals.
Oh, I'm talking too loud, or my volume's up too much. Sorry. Hold on.
Gain's way high.
Okay.
Yeah, and I already dropped you
I did not
30%
know
from
that.
when you got here because it was way louder. Yeah, I can only drop
How does
it so
mine
far.
sound? Because I'm going through my mixer tonight.
Yours sounds
Oh, you're
fine.
a great one.
You sound heavenly, but that was like just too
Yeah,
much.
I'm
Matt's
blowing.
screaming at us through a megaphone into his phone. Great job,
Everybody
Matt.
use their headphones.
okay,
Everybody
you
use
know
their
what?
headphones.
Way to help make this shit go worse.
This happened from me
Hello,
turning up my. I turned my phone up, yeah, to
The
hear.
guy, I'm sorry, I don't know who is what because there's no like tags, but who's the guy in the red shirt?
That's Ron
Right
from
here?
Cosmic Neighbors.
Is
Ron.
that, yeah. That's Ron?
Yeah, Ron. From,
Oh my god, you know who you remind me of?
Take the comment away. It will show our names.
oh.
You remind me of,
Oh, you're not going to get me mad, are you? No, go ahead. Who?
oh god, it's Kelly, yeah. You remind me of a young Ethan Hawke.
There we go. That's all I know.
Hello.
Who? He's very handsome. I'm just saying you're handsome.
Oh, no, I didn't hear what you said because other people were talking.
Ethan Hawke. She said Ethan Hawke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what
Here
you
we
said.
go.
Yeah.
Now we have Lord Ludicrous Plaid is with us. Welcome, Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Big, longtime supporter of the show. Good to have you here.
Why is he in the dark?
Really?
Yeah.
He's Lord Ludicrous.
He's just in the void. I think that's.
Yeah.
what
Can
it is.
you guys hear and see me?
I can hear
Yes,
you.
we
I
can.
can- I can
And
hear you.
welcome,
Yeah, I can't
Anthony
see you.
from
We
Identified
can
as
hear you,
Lord.
but we can't see you.
Lord
Yeah, I
Ludicrous
got
Plaid
the-
is broadcasting
I'm on my
from a
phone,
black
not my
hole.
computer.
That's what's going on.
Imagine
No,
you see all
he does
those
have
tough
something.
names like that, and when the picture finally comes up, it's like somebody with pigtails or something.
I don't
Just
have my
kidding. What's up,
Snapchat
Anthony?
running. I could be a Disney character, but no.
Congratulations, Stephen, on your 400th episode, my man.
Thank you, man. Good. Someday I'm going to catch up to you. And listen, I have to talk to you off air because remember, we're going to try this experiment that I was talking about where we're just going to post UFO videos and let people decide because apparently that's fine.
You got it. You
That
got
was the
it.
whole
So-
third phase of the moon. You had that discussion, and man,
Yeah,
I love
yeah,
that.
but
I
I
love that episode.
I have
love
some
it.
other stuff that
Fourth
viewers
phase
sent me,
of
but
champion.
so much of it looks like nothing burgers. Anthony at least has some good footage, so I'm going to steal his footage, borrow, license, whatever, and we're
Take-
going
You
to.
said you don't condone piracy.
Take whatever you want.
What is all the stuff that's coming up with the telescope? Oh my God! Is
Oh, the
everyone
Webb
now?
telescope.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
was
we
like,
heard
okay,
that.
let's
Yeah,
see.
today. It's pretty rad.
It's unfolded. If there's a YouTube channel, Anton Petrov, he's a Russian guy.
Yeah.
If you want to, learn scientific things about that from lay level, Anton Petrov. He's
Yeah, no,
good.
he's good, that guy. I like him.
mhm.
But
Yeah, I
Kelly,
watched
with
his
the telescope, the only thing is, once they have it fully deployed, it's going to probably
They do,
be another
though.
6 months before
I
they
Yeah,
know.
start.
Warrior, what's up,
I
buddy?
know.
That'll
I know,
fly
I know.
by.
But they successfully just deployed the heat shield and
Yep.
everything, and
The
I'm
mirrors
like,
are open. We're almost right
yes. Oh, I
You know
know.
what was surprising to me? That they launched that how long ago, and it has taken them. They must
Yeah.
be doing
They
it
did it
real
on Christmas
slow and
Day.
Well, it's been
meticulous.
50
to
Right.
get this
years. We
thing
haven't even gone to the moon yet.
unwrapped.
Like
They're
6
going
in the
so
morning,
slow.
Christmas Day.
It actually
60
has
years we haven't gone back to the moon.
193, I think, separate operations, independent operations that have to complete
Yeah.
like that without
Wow.
failure. There's no, the only thing they can possibly do is shake it.
Yeah, if,
That's
if
it.
it doesn't
That's
go
the
right,
only
they're
thing they
screwed.
can
There's
do.
no way they can send
Anything
anybody out
fails
there to
is
like.
done.
They can't send anybody out there to fix anything. It's got to go right.
Yeah, is this whole controlled? They control. They put it in the computer, and this has got to open up. But if any one of those fails, it's not going to unfurl and make the big telescope that they want to like see the whole universe with. So.
Well, that's the thing, because of it's going to be able to see the infrared, like all the red shift,
Right.
that all the early galaxies that the light's dimming that we can't see anymore, and it turns to infrared. So they're talking about that they can possibly see like 100 million years after like around the beginning of the
They
universe.
can see closer to the actual Big Bang.
Yeah,
That's the whole
100 million
That's,
years after the
right.
Big Bang Theory or whatever like that.
Of course,
Because I
if you
said that on
believe that we
Twitter,
live
and
on a
people
flat
freaked
Earth
out.
and it's a dome, but anyway.
Well, I know somebody that's in college right now for astrophysics, and they told me that if you were impressed by anything that you saw from Hubble, you
this
have
is
no idea
this is
what we're gonna get. from
No,
this
the
thing.
web's gonna
It is-
blow
the only
it
thing
away.
is, with this,
Somebody's
with this telescope-
crackling like
I'm
crazy.
hearing.
I think it's you,
I
Anthony.
hear that a lot. Somebody's shirt's hitting
Me?
a mic or something. Here's the thing, though. Hubble, you got real clear pictures. We're going to get great pictures with this one, but they said they're going to have to fill in a lot of stuff because it's infrared. But it's going to be able to see through all those dust clouds. But we're going to see a lot. We're going to learn a lot. They said that, like, on the sun, you could see a bee's wing or something like this.
You
Like,
mean they're going to have
insane.
to like extrapolate the data? They're not going to actually see it or something? Or fill in a lot of stuff. What do you mean when you say fill in a lot of stuff?
Oh, so basically, like, I think it's Orion, or not
Where?
Orion, that picture from Hubble, the Pillars of Creation?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
see
yeah.
those big towers, like
that
clouds,
whole, yeah.
right? So those are all different, like gases and everything, those different colors. The web is going to see through all those clouds, and it's not going to be able to take snapshots of all those colors. So NASA and their people are going to see what chemicals, what gases are there, and they're going to apply the correct colors to those gases. So that's what I mean by fill in. It's not going to take pictures like Hubble does, perfectly clear with all the colors.
Well, because when they put the colors in with Hubble, those are fake colors that they just add so that we can see a picture.
They enhance
the web
it,
is actually going to enable us to see the actual colors of, say,
no.
sodium or
Hubble does see the colors, but they enhance them also.
Right.
But you remember, Hubble sees an ultraviolet.
Right.
The web sees infrared, so that actually sees through, like those pillars of creation. When it sees it, you're going to see right through it, and you won't see all those colors, faint
It
colors.
seems to me like you would be able to take the Hubble information and the web information and amalgamate it.
Oh, they're going to be able, no matter what, though, they're going to be able to. They said they have a feeling we're going to find out, like, there's possibly different laws of physics with this web, what we discover.
Right.
Like that, I just hope they stop saying, well, this planet, it looks like it could have water so it could support life. Like,
Right.
they should just say support life as we know it. You know
Well,
what I
We
mean?
know, right?
Well, that's kind of an assumption. I mean, even Sheldrake would say that it's an assumption that all of the universe has the same laws of physics that we do. Maybe the Planck's constant is different.
Well, they're going to have the same law of physics, but the same evolutionary processes might not be taking place. Like there could be planets where there's life forms, but they're not carbon based. They're silicon based, or they're methane based, or
right. They find life in methane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be I'm not plugging anything, but I'm working on something.
I'm not plugging anything, but I would get my plug, Steve Campbell. All plugs have to be approved in advance, Ron.
It's going to have to do with asteroids. It's an asteroid, but with the Arecibo telescope was so important, and I'm so pissed because I don't believe that just crumbled like that.
That was
a hand in that.
The Arecibo satellite, the
radio satellite, Puerto Rico.
That was made to if there were asteroids coming into Earth, that's what it was designed for.
Yes,
asteroids coming into Earth.
But they had said he was with that. And it was public information you can get. I felt that there's something, maybe they spotted an asteroid they don't want the public to know, and that thing was taken down.
There's a guy on YouTube, Professor Simon. Check him out. He's looking up plasma research and how atomic bombs actually, when you explode an atomic bomb, it actually creates X-ray lasers. And this was part of the Reagan SC. So yeah, check out Professor Simon on YouTube. If anybody gets, just check him out. But he's going down an avenue that's pretty interesting. And he talks about the Arecibo telescope because wasn't
it just funny? One thing though with Arecibo when they said, remember, and they were getting millions to maintain it, and they said that it is degrading. It could collapse maybe next year.
Yeah, they couldn't even check the cables.
And it just so happened they had a drone right there when the main cable snapped and it finally came down.
Right, they
just
happened
to film it
one
cable out of all the cables. And had to pitch it on the perfect one.
Mm-hmm. I have to say, I was binge watching Cosmic Neighbors last night. It was excellent. Just wanted to let you know that. I actually was binge watching episodes. You're very thorough. I enjoyed it a great deal.
Yeah, I have a different style with certain things. We all have to change. But I was also binge watching your stuff.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, no, great work. I thought it was fascinating.
Thank you.
Hey, aren't you two guys in the same city? I want to see a photo of you two together.
What?
Make that happen.
I'm in New York.
I'm in New York. Where? I'm in Queens.
I'm in Staten Island.
Yeah. What was Spooky? What tipped you off? Like, yeah, I was watching your videos, and yeah, they both have the same exact thick ass New York accent, but I can't bitch because I got a thick ass Philly accent that gets confused. Like if you go to the West Coast, they go, man, you must be from New York. Like, no, I'm from Philly, bro. Those New Yorkers got an even thicker drawl of shit.
What happened?
That was actually, I'm impressed with Spooky right now because he figured that out. That's very
the accent.
That they may be near each other regionally.
You can tell a mile away.
No, that's Spooky. Right?
That's Spooky.
That's just me.
Well, she knows I'm from New York already.
Yeah.
But just to complete a thought before my microphone blew everyone's eardrums out. Do I sound okay?
Better, yeah.
Yeah, there's a setting.
Yeah, I took my microphone off, thinking it was on.
Well, look at all these geniuses. They're going to discover the truth about alien life and UFOs and the mysteries of the universe, but they can't work a goddamn microphone or a pair of headphones. You dumbasses, all of you.
Well, I'm on my phone.
Ruining the show, man.
Hey, to be fair, if you hear that
quality standards here.
If you hear that time that a reptilian came into that show on Darkness Radio and was just growling and roaring and all that, it was clearly getting too close to the microphone. Remember those two audio clips I sent you? The second one was No, that was the one, Joe Montal, where it just totally went off, that reptilian at the end, and it came in on Skype. And it was just distorted and way too close. But it just proves that being bad with microphones is a universal experience. Anyways, to complete a thought, I was talking about David Jacobs and how he's become like this, once again, he's become this sort of thought leader in the community, when what he's saying conflicts with a lot of other researchers and a lot of experiences, including my experiences, and that is this idea that, well, all the other aliens, they all work for the Manises. And that's just something he just came up with, and he decided aliens just got here 100 years ago or so. And he's contradicting so many other people, and people are just, they're fine with it. Like someone just shows up with this whole new thesis or this bias, and you see this a lot in ufology, where it's like this, they run up and just kick the ball and just send it in a whole new direction, and suddenly that's the I don't know who's making all that noise. It's not in my end.
Darth Vader just now.
Yeah.
Oh, it keeps getting
anyway,
better.
So yeah, but David Jacobs, he's like the hot commodity now, and that's God knows.
David Jacobs. David Jacobs swears that there's this hybrid, right? Program, and everybody's getting abducted, and they're still reproductive eggs and sperm, and they're making alien hybrids, and they're even putting alien hybrids all over the country and the world to slowly take over. That's his riff. That's what he says.
Yeah, and if he was right, and it was just the Greys leading the project, the Manids leading the project, then they would be able to just sort of take over. But the fact that there's so many other races here, or at least the Reptilians, the Nordic types, they're not. There's kind of a Cold War going on between all of them, where they work together, they share ship space, they share facilities, but they kind of balance each other out. And the way I see it, just from my own experiences, none of the groups, including even our own military, can be pushed out by any of the other groups. The Reptilians, the Greys, human military, they all have kind of an even balance of power, and that's going to continue for a long time. But people want the sci-fi idea of there's one race that's running everything, and there's the good race and the bad race, and this one race that's going to take care of it. It's not that simple. But of course, Jacobs is trying to funnel it all into, well, everything's run by the Mantids. You see a Reptilian, you see a Nordic, they work for the Mantids, and it's just his own bias.
Alien prejudice. This is ridiculous, man. You're offended by his racist attitude towards certain extraterrestrial races.
Even the aliens are racist.
Bro. No, I love you.
I've got some insectoid in me. I've got enough insectoid in me that when I was a kid, I was
anti-Semitic.
I have a question about this. Because the guy that you're talking about, this is the first time I ever heard about this. So he's coming out and he's saying he's giving a completely different narrative than the consensus narrative that the group has decided what it is. So, and if everybody's okay about that, I find that to be interesting. And why, like it's kind of smart. Like, what's his real objective? Like, see, like, oh, I'm smart enough to come up with a completely different story, and I make money out of that, so I'm king. And then also it's just.
Oh yeah, we saw Corey do that, where suddenly the whole universe revolved around this one race that he's in contact with that no one else has ever met or seen, and they're the most important race, most important thing in the universe. And then they all hopped on their planet-sized ship and flew back home, and never mind. It's the same. Yeah, there's always this sort of MacGuffin, like in these Marvel.
What do you think about it? Like, what do you believe is real in all of that?
You know what?
Like I said earlier, I believe that that the influence of the Reptilians, the Greys, the Nordics, mostly the Reptilians and the Greys, though, at least in my experience, it's two different programs. It's not one program. For years it was popular in ufology to say all the Greys were just drones and slaves of the Reptilians, and now they're saying, oh no, all the Reptilians are slaves of the Greys and the Manids. And it's like, neither of those things is true. These are two different groups, they have different personalities, different cultures, different backgrounds. They're not, you can't just, a lot of the Christian types do this too. It's like, okay,
but how do you know they do for real? Like, where did you learn that?
I know, that's what I wanted to just ask.
Like, I mean, like, how do you know it's a real fact? Right.
That's what I would like to see, and not like
we don't have
somebody that's been in the field for 40, 50 years. I mean, like, and not a written down document. Do you, and I'm being respectful here, I'm serious, no disrespect. Do you actually have, because the way you were talking, I didn't realize at first you were talking about like alien races, but you're talking about them like they really do exist. How do you know?
Well, my abductions, my experiences, what's happened to me medically, where after 40, my color vision, which I've had a pretty bad color blindness since I was a kid, was just fixed one day. And I talked about that a lot on the interviews I did of Steven the 2 times. And, you know, it only came out recently, like a few weeks ago, where they're talking about a new CRISPR treatment. And this isn't just theoretical. They're actually doing it now. CRISPR DNA treatment to fix color blindness. And I was talking about this 2 years ago because it happened to me during a MyLab. And there's no you know, skeptical explanation to why you wake up at, like, you know, after 40 and your color vision has been fixed when you had a deficit since birth. There's been other things that happen to me medically too that are you know, pretty crazy. But that, going to the eye doctor, going to America's Best, because I was getting pink eye like twice a year ever since I had this MyLab procedure. And I didn't get pink eye. The last time I had pink eye was like 9. And then suddenly at 40, I'm getting pink eye. I'm sensitive to light, but they do a test on me and my color vision is coming back.
So, but you're stating that like an alien race is the ones that repaired your vision.
What do you mean by your?
And I disagree on a lot of this stuff, but you know, I think that he truly believes all of this stuff. But my point is that
That's why
just because you have a medical condition that suddenly cures itself, there's millions, well, not millions, but I'm sure there's hundreds, thousands of examples of that in medical literature. Sometimes the body just heals itself. That's not proof of alien intervention to me.
Well, there's a lot of this has happened with a lot of gray abductees too, where these, you know, organs disappearing, reappear, just biological anomalies. That's one good thing MUFON's done. I agree. I disagree with a lot of the things that have happened in MUFON, but they've collected a lot of examples, mostly in gray abductions, some reptilian abductions, where physiological things have happened to people that are just, the only explanation would be that they were flown in the middle of the night somewhere and someone did surgery to them. Now, we could say it was just the military and they were drugged up and they were made to think it was aliens, but still, it's at a level beyond just, you know, the kind of thing that happens spontaneously or the kind of thing that happens from the placebo effect. You can't placebo effect your eyes back into having normal color vision. And in my case, by the way, they weren't trying to repair. I do, because... Can
I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Out of all, and I'm a big believer, I want to be a big believer that aliens are up there. I want to believe there's multiple races. I want to believe everything because I film a lot of craft. But I don't know that there's an occupant in the craft that I'm filming. You said you had multiple abduction experiences, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the one question I have to ask is, out of all those experiences, how come you were never able to pull one piece of evidence, a photograph, a tool off a ship, a piece of ET clothing, a follicle of hair, maybe some skin samples, anything? Maybe your shirt rubbed up against their skin and you had, you know, trace contact on your clothing. How come none of that ever happens, though?
You know, there have been cases in abductions of, you know, where they've gone the next day and they've brought like luminol, and there's actually a couple that's been with grays, and that's been, you know, more on the MUFON side. And if you look up just in the last couple of years, MUFON cases where they've gone, you know, they have this team that goes out if you think you have some trace evidence. In my case, they're smart enough not to leave that kind of obvious trace evidence. But why are they so careful to conceal themselves in that way? Well, one of the reasons is they have deals with our military. They do have some joint facilities where they share research, they share resources.
I have a question.
I was taken to one of these facilities. That's where they good.
Oh, well, I was just curious. You were mentioning your MyLab experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you recall from that? Like, what did they do? Where did you go? Like, how does that work? Because you said that it fixed it after you went to this MyLab thing. So, like,
well, I mean, just to give a very quick just to compress it, because I don't want to retread everything I said in the last two interviews, but very quickly, back when I was on the police during in New Orleans, and yeah, I was there for Hurricane Katrina, and I gave Stephen the documents and the video, and okay, I was part of there was a project between the Reptilians and our government to train Reptilians in crowd control, or use them as supplemental crowd control at some point. It was in a shopping mall after dark, and this was at that point, they weren't doing anything to me medically in that experience, but that was my big sort of one of my first big. I had another experience in 2003 before that with the Reptilians, but the 2005 one, that was the real big, like, okay, this is definitely going on. And that, because even after 2003, I was still on the fence, like, is this, dimensional? Is this? Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're saying they were training Reptilians for police crowd control.
Well, not necessarily to work with the police, but to be a separate crowd control, asset.
Yeah, I've never understood this part of that story.
What?
Because it's
how
like
do you
that
know
would
that?
trigger
How do you know
hold on a second.
there in the first place?
We had aliens come as some sort of crowd control of any sort of authoritarian figure.
I mean, you're making an assumption about why the aliens were there.
I'm an ex-cop, and I never heard of that.
Okay,
Have you ever gone to a hypnotist?
And I was at the World Trade Center. I was at 9/11. I was at some pretty dramatic events.
You were riots. A cop, and they brought you into a project.
Yeah, that was my first major big abduction back in 2005 was when I was taken to a mall after dark, and there was lots of other humans there. There was lots of reptilians.
Yeah, Matt has told his entire story on two separate interviews of the show.
I'll have to roll back.
I'm trying to give the very. But here's the thing: if you look at what's going on in this country right now, we don't have a breakdown of the utilities. We don't have, it's not Mad Max, and yet you have you've got this major out of control looting that's going on all over the country, even when things are going well. So back in 2005, they knew at some point looting would be such a problem that they need some kind of auxiliary or additional force. And then the Reptilians are a good candidate for that.
George Soros, he's the head of the Reptilians then?
Well, this wasn't my idea. This isn't something I came up with. This wasn't like some proposal idea I came up with. This is something I was brought into, and they showed me. And like in hindsight, now it looks. Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing in the mall. They were training to deal with looters, to frisk them, to corral them. They were training to guard those stores and deal with the kind of looting we're seeing right now. And this was back in 2005. I started talking about this in 2010. I waited years to talk about it. I didn't want to talk. It's like one of those things where, I had no desire to talk about it. And then I talked to a few researchers, and just by talking to those researchers, I started having this weird stuff happening with my phone and strange phone calls, and I'm like, if you guys are going to harass me just for talking to researchers and not going public, then I'm going to start going on shows and go partially public, because it's like I should have the right to at least privately talk to researchers. And even that set off some kind of major obvious surveillance action, whether it messed with my phone, my friends' phones. It was all sorts of just texts from numbers that don't exist.
And once you feel about people's skepticism
I'm sorry, just not to keep beating a dead horse, but I don't
one at a time,
wrong
guys.
phrase. With this, what you're saying, that you were talking back in 2010 about the looting that was going to happen and everything, like, is that on video? And you were saying right at this time frame that was going to happen? Like,
I didn't know when it was going to happen.
Are you saying that?
I didn't know when it was going to happen, but I started writing on Phantoms and Monsters 10 years ago. I started writing articles about my abductions, very detailed about the crowd control training, what they're training for. And I didn't know the year it was going to happen. They never said, okay, in about 2019, the police are going to get overwhelmed by looting and rioting. They never gave a year, but I knew it was going to happen at some point because why waste all this training? Why go to such lengths to the point that we're calling upon using reptilians? But when you think about it in hindsight, it does make sense because they're very intimidating. They are naturally pretty good at crowd control because of their relative size, and you're not going to send Greys out to do that.
Spark a riot and revolution if you have other alien races involved in any sort of crowd control. I would have it.
I've never seen it in my whole career.
Yeah.
The level
me personally, I don't believe that at all.
The level of risk.
I'm not attacking your credibility.
I mean, I'm not trying to attack your credibility
from logic in that.
Can I say something?
Drinking.
Can I say something about reptilians?
Time, please go ahead, Terry.
Okay, I just want to say something about reptilians and about whether it's real or not real. I've always been open, oh yeah, okay, maybe it's a possibility, right? But it was, and but now I'm swinging to the side that it is real, and I want to tell you why. Because there's a person in my life that I dated that wasn't involved with this. He works. It's Hollywood. He's a well-known comedian, not super well-known, but not in the big public eye. But he's done a lot of different parts of movies and stuff, and a lot of comics look up to him. Like he kind of coaches people. And he was like a mentor to me. And a few years later, right? Because he was the guy who kind of tipped me off to aliens anyways in the first place. And many years later, he's admitted to me that he comes from an Illuminati family. And he does. His family is very involved in the music business from years back. And they're, it's like famous. And he said, and I'm reptilian. And he said, and you're not the only one that you've been with. I was just like, that's the part that freaked me out the most. I was like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. I was like, what am I like?
But you were with them.
No, I never saw him shapeshift. I never saw him shapeshift. I don't even know if he can. But the last time I had contact with him, I went to go see Lee Camp perform at El Cid, and he opened. And we talked for quite a while. And he told me about, to him, he's full on telling me, he goes, look, there's different types of reptilians. He goes, the ones that are psychotic, they're the ones that are killing everybody and everything. And he goes, and the other ones, are not like the people who are inbred are not that way. And so, we got to get control of the ones who are out of control. And he goes, and he always talks to me like this, because you understand me, don't you? And, and I know this can sound crazy because anytime you bring it up, oh, that's just crazy. That's crazy. But I'm telling you, it's my personal experience. And I still look up to him. I don't see him like Stephen D. Kelly. You know what I'm saying? This guy is it's different. And he was telling me that it's more like people are going to get introduced to the fact that it's true. Like he said, he did, it's jokes. I've even written reptilian jokes. And I think there's an agenda to maybe even educate the population. You talk to most people. If you can joke about reptilians to the general public, they are that knowledgeable about it. And I tried a few jokes out when I was in college because I did stand up for extra credit. And they laughed and they got it. And I even said, it's not like our professor's going to shapeshift right now. They totally got everything I said. And then one more thing is Billy, from the Smashing Pumpkins, the lead singer.
Oh yeah, he's seen it twice.
Yeah,
yeah.
He went to Howard Stern and said that he saw somebody shapeshift more than once, and they were once. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, so David Icke introduced that whole idea to us.
What about elongated skulls?
I always found it a little bit strange, though, that all of this reptilian aliens are controlling the world stuff started right after the science fiction show V. Go watch V. It was amazing. I love that shit. The aliens and they peel their face off and they were reptilian.
Yeah.
Well, you can argue that's why
was it the guy that played Freddy Krueger?
He was
the nice one.
But you're talking about reptilians working with the police department. Do you know the level of liability
Yeah.
If you
look, let's talk about something with actual proof. How about the elongated skulls? Like they're 50% non-human DNA, and they're actually existing as real evidence. Like, how about that for if there's real aliens out there? What the hell are those? Where are they?
I mean, I don't know that we've ever seen. I don't know that we've ever seen scientific or DNA evidence that those are.
What if the reptilians aren't aliens? They're just another race that's been that's here on Earth the whole time. What if reptilians are not really aliens? They were always. I'm just saying. I'm just curious.
Well, here's the thing. Their involvement here. Their involvement here. Yeah, clearly. For example, the project that project I saw and I was involved in. That shows that no, they're definitely not as strong as not as powerful in terms of how much power they control on the planet as some people would say, because then they wouldn't even have themselves put in that position, because doing crowd control, that's a rough. I mean, some of the reptilians in that mall, there were a bunch of other police and military witnesses who all went to Joe Montana to go ahead.
But I've personally done crowd control. I was on emergency services. So what are you telling me? There was a good chance I was working with reptilians in disguise?
This was in New Orleans. I was on New Orleans police for 2 years. Yeah, I did crowd control too at Mardi Gras. I stayed throughout Katrina, and I could have left at any time. The only way I even made it through Katrina was because of the training the reptilians gave me. I mean, that helped me. I could have left. As someone who was halfway through the academy when the storm hit, and then they swore us in immediately on the spot. I could have left. And come back. Some people who
Stephen got me.
Okay, do that one more time.
Bob Lazar, so I never went down. Stephen broke my heart. Lazar.
You know what I feel bad for. You know who I feel bad for. Every once in a while, some family member of mine, that knows I'm doing this show, but they don't. They're not gonna watch it. But then they do, and it's usually a show like this, right?
Well, I don't know how anyone. I don't know how anybody.
Insurance. They go like, yeah, wow, that's pretty out there. What you guys
right now,
my father was just watching
another day, and
everybody dropped acid today.
Here's the thing. When I was on the department, I never had a reputation for making things up, for exaggerating. In fact, you go all the way back to my childhood. I was never the guy who exaggerates or makes up fantastical stories.
I'm not saying you are, brother. I'm not saying you are at all. I'm just saying, I mean, I work in New York. You work in New Orleans. That's two totally different departments. But I'm just saying, my department, it would never happen. I can't see it happening.
Well,
here's a tip that may be telling a story. Like, it's information overload.
But how many times have we seen just in the last couple of years the police get completely run over to the point that they have to bring in outside forces?
Saying,
like
that is these are
quite a few, but then we bring in the National Guard.
Yeah, we need help controlling these crazy people. Let's bring in the aliens.
Okay, remember those contractors? Remember those contractors in blank uniforms who were going around grabbing people at protests? Remember all that controversy? The guys. No logos, no insignias.
Antifa people.
These were federal contractors. They sent out federal contractors. They sent out federal contractors in blank uniforms.
Yes.
And guess what? At that mall, I specifically talked about repeatedly how the training uniforms they had on for the humans and reptilians had no logos and no insignias.
No. You're going off the rails now, because that was out there when they were trying to burn down a federal courthouse.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, so the feds went in and grabbed
those
them.
people, the media that told you that they didn't have anything on, they did have
peaceful
certain
protests.
things for their. Yeah, they did. That's
exactly
just
Ron.
CNN telling you that stuff.
But those were contractors, and they weren't trained. That's why they picked some protesters up.
They were DHS employees.
Those weren't contractors.
Yes,
they were
exactly, Ron.
Reptilians or whatever. And I'm
those
not
are
trying
federal
to say this disrespectfully, but
was
that's
not
the
the National
media
Guard?
that said that. These were people
wasn't the National
being
Guard.
picked
It was
off
the
because
feds.
you know why? Every cop was being under a microscope.
Correct.
They were waiting for them to touch somebody to get them. So
Exactly.
that's why
Yeah,
they
and
had
when
to
people-
do more
listen,
plainclothes
this
like
is-
that.
This is very
Exactly.
important so people understand. With that event, the local municipality and police were not enforcing the law. and people try to burn down a federal courthouse,
Correct.
the federal government is charged with protecting federal buildings.
Correct.
So they went in and grabbed those criminals, and I support them doing that.
Yep.
Exactly.
They were trying to burn down a courthouse with people working in it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the Mayor Wheeler, that's why I loved when he
said it
thought he
perfectly,
was
Ron.
with Antifa and he went down there, he got maced, pepper sprayed, like that. The mayor was actually like, you seen people getting beat up and the cops were told to stand down like that because they were under a microscope. Like
Oh, sorry.
Listen, every cop knows that
everybody has
when
a
the
camera,
city
right?
cops get overrun, the state cops come to back up. If the state cops get overrun, the National Guard is called in. And
But he
it
kept denying it.
goes by
At
that
time,
chain.
Donald Trump was telling him a million times. He said it for Seattle, for Portland. Let us help
send in
you.
the feds.
And to send in the National Guard, and he kept
that
being
is it.
turned
They
down.
didn't
As soon
want
as
the help.
he lost and was out of office, Portland started and Seattle started screaming to please send the National Guard. Like that. So they let people get hurt
To
because they
be
hated
respectful
Trump
to
or whatever.
Matt,
Well, they wanted one political
none of us
party
were
to
there.
benefit
None
over
of
the
us,
other, right?
seen
Do
his
you miss me
experience
now?
or witnessed his
Do you miss me
experience. So
When I was on the police, people were. There was a rumor, a constant rumor when I was in the academy that I was a federal agent. Everyone was saying I was FBI, I was undercover, and it was like, I just laughed it off. I laughed it off because, I couldn't say the things I was involved in, but I wasn't a federal. I wasn't a federal agent, but that was
couldn't talk about, right? Or...
Yeah,
How many
and
years
that's
you
why I
got on,
failed.
Matt?
That's why I failed during the when they did the background check. They did voice stress analysis, and they're like, "Is there any other agency you work for that you haven't told us?" And I'm like, "No." And apparently I failed on voice stress, but they still let me
I would
in.
even ask you questions like that. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
How many years were you on the job, Matt?
I was there for 2 years, and I got in a really bad off-duty car accident. I got rear-ended sitting in traffic,
So,
and
but 2 years. I mean, I don't know about your department, but in New York, you got to do a minimum of 2 years before you're even in a sector car. So you're walking a beat for 2 years before they even put you in a patrol car. So
they had us in cars right away. They had us driving the first day on field training. They had us driving the car, but our cars are horribly maintained.
That's FTU. That's FTU. That's field training. After field training, before your 2 years is complete, you're on the street walking.
Yeah, in New Orleans, you gotta drive those narrow streets. It's like
you gotta do the beat, right? You got the beat.
Yeah,
I mean,
you gotta walk the beat.
You gotta do the beat first.
Yeah, right. Get in the car because your probation doesn't finish until the 2 year mark is over.
Yeah. Well,
So,
listen, I have to
What
go
I'm
and do
getting at
something
is-
real quickly, so I'm going to leave the show in the hands of my very capable co-host, Kerry Joyce.
Oh, okay.
And Spooky.
It's going to talk
So
to shit
listen,
Stephen, but
turn this shit show around. Turn this shit show around, you two. I'll be back. Turn this shit show around, the both of you.
Get him, boys.
This is ridiculous. Turn this shit show around, you two.
You're
I'll be back. I gotta go get some liquor so that I can make it through this shit show. I'll be back.
I was looking in the chat that people want to look at. They want Kelly's boobs back. They go, "Oh, please bring back Kelly's boobs."
What I was getting at is, for me personally, I just can't see somebody at 2 years on the job getting thrown into even something like that.
Yeah, like
I mean, I know
projects
you don't even get thrown into a
not
car until your 2 years is up, but to get thrown into something so drastic like that, I mean, you're telling me aliens and shit like that.
My first abduction was in 2003 with Reptilian. So even before I went on the job,
I'm not talking about your abduction stories. I'm talking about reptilians working with law enforcement. That's what I'm talking about, and you being involved in that.
There's a high percentage of reptilian abductees who are either military veterans. They go into the police. A lot of them end up in martial arts. A lot of them end up all free. They spend some time in the military. They end up going on the police. They get it. Just that's sort of a personality aspect of reptilian.
Which
Say it
had
again?
the reptilians in it. I think it was on TBS. It's a comedy.
Oh, People of Earth.
It's pretty funny.
That was a really well done show because they actually researched actual abductions and abduction cases and like how memories get recovered gradually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Does anybody know the name of it?
Were done by someone
Who
else
has-
and made to look reptilian.
I have a question about
Okay.
how many other people from your law enforcement group or whatever were involved in this alleged project?
Well, according to Joe Montaldo, who ran ICAR back then, I haven't talked to him in a year or two.
Physically around you, how many were around you?
How many
in the mall, I didn't know how many others were cops like me.
Right. I didn't mean. Okay, so how many people were around you?
There were dozens.
Surely you talk to other people, right? I mean, if this is this is some
Joe,
weird shit happening to you,
Did it
you'd
get
be
any
talking.
better?
Hey,
I don't
hey,
think a little
Dan.
bit,
Well,
maybe.
I tried.
We're trying to figure this
what's
out.
going on? This is weird. I mean,
Yeah, well, okay. Joe Montaldo went on Coast to Coast AM years ago, and he's talked about my case, other cases he's had of police and military in Louisiana who are taken to these types of training sessions with the reptilians, including the one in the mall I was in. But there's other ones. Sometimes it was in a basketball arena after dark, like a college basketball arena. There was a session up here, like in Chicago at near the Lakeshore in one of the shopping centers there. That I don't remember being at that one. I'm not sure I ever was at that one.
Any evidence or documentation?
I have one question. I mean, you work with other people in your you got people you work with that you're close to, your friends. It's like your partner, your police officer. So you got a partner, right? So I mean, I
had a lot of friends I worked with during Katrina, 16 hours a day through that experience. That I was very close with.
Very close to. I mean, did you share any stories with anybody that you work with about, hey man, they dragged me off at night and I got to work with aliens and shit?
Yeah,
I mean,
and only like 1 out of 5 couldn't believe it because the rest of them worked with me and they knew they could. I was stable enough to.
So out of 6 people, it's like 5 of them knew it and 1 of them didn't. So
they didn't know it, but they only 1 of them thought there's no way this could be true. The rest of them were like, yeah, it sounds like.
Nobody was telling the story. Everybody was experiencing this, but they weren't telling everybody around them to say, hey man, dude, not only are we doing police stuff, we're working with aliens. I mean,
oh no, I'm not saying the whole department. I'm saying that there was, again, based on Joe Montaldo. He runs this organization called ICAR. It was kind of a rival to MUFON. He had at least 10 other
guys' work. You're going off, not your own experiences.
It was a department.
No, my own experience. I was there too, but independently, he was contacted.
I was asking about your personal experience. It's like, I mean, what kind of stories did you have with, like, you work with, say, Dan or Bob or Andy or something, and it's like, hey man, dude, I mean, we're here, we're police officers, but goddamn, they dragged me off at night and they trained me with reptilians.
Yeah,
tell us about a story about that. I want to hear a personal anecdote. That's all I'm asking.
If you listen to Joe Montaldo's UFO Undercover, he's talked to other people who were there, other officers. Right. I'm not saying the whole department was there. He's had at least 10 other people who were there contact him, who were on the police, who were still on the police. By the way, I left because of the car accident.
Right.
Almost everyone else stayed in, and they can't talk about this because they'll lose their jobs, lose their pensions. Just like, if you're a pilot, if you're a doctor, you cannot.
You gotta keep your pension. I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, if I hadn't had that car accident, you wouldn't be talking to me right now.
Right.
I wouldn't be talking about this. I mean, I waited even after that 5 years because I'm like, you know what?
Probed. Someone in the chat is asking, did you ever get probed?
I mean, the car accident. I mean, that's why you're talking to the chat, right? I understand. I see. Yeah, I get it.
I've never had that. The whole thing about probing, that's usually with grays. That's like a prostate thing. No, I've never.
How do you know that?
Well, maybe they're pervs. The Greys are pervs.
Right.
No, they are pervs.
They like butts. They like butts.
Hey, if you ever looked at the Kids in the Hall skit, oh my God, that's great. That's
really?
a great one.
I gotta go back and watch them again.
Oh, the Kids in the Hall skit is great. The old probing the ass.
If this was a movie, it'd make $100 million. Cops and aliens working together.
Well, no. I mean, the only equivalent I could think of are like all those '80s, '90s movies where you got to coach this unlikely team, like of like basketball players or hockey players who don't know what they're doing.
Bears knows bad news bears. That's
Yeah, the Wildcats. Has everyone here seen Wildcats? Goldie Hawn.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, it has to be something like that.
I'm shocked that you even watched that movie.
Okay.
In a way, right? I'm just really surprised. Like, who's
Papa Zit? I don't know. Maybe I did.
You know how David Wilcox always saying, how important Star Wars was to him. Well, I'll tell you, the movie I liked most as a kid.
David Wilcox is a bullshit artist. Though.
I know. I know. But the point is, my equivalent.
Says he will do that to his wife every night. I'm sorry.
It looks like
sorry, that's a bad joke.
The man.
Oh shoot! I'm on 1%.
David Wilcox.
Hold on.
Aliens.
Now you're screwing Mando's here.
My phone's about to die. Shit.
You put Baby Yoda to bed, Mando.
Welcome, Off-World Adam.
That is a rad mask, my dude.
Off-World Adam, everyone.
What's happening, folks? What's happening?
Welcome to
But the lizard people, I mean, they would be able to crowd control very well.
It's supposed to be like linebackers.
Lizard people. I mean, like when you're talking about like,
how do you know
they're
they're
reptilians.
right?
They're like human-like, and they say, "Yeah, I'm reptilian," just like
Well,
or do they actually?
I'm just
thinking like a bunch of pterodactyls and stuff out there, like doing crowd control with people.
Well,
I mean, like
Billy Myers, he took
like,
pictures.
But that.
I mean,
but Terry,
my thing is, you always hear stories about that. Oh, like in my dreams, or when you, and I'm not, this isn't directed at you, Matt, but you hear these stories, and if they're able to do this to people in their minds, then why hasn't there been a disclosure already? Why haven't they done this to everybody and anything? It's always here, and it's always just word of mouth, never nothing. Like
not for nothing, though.
Proof of nothing. Proof of anything. Like just is always just words. That's it. And like I believe everything you said. Like that. And
but I gotta go back. I gotta digress to yesterday when we were watching Stephen Cambion with Richard Doty, and Richard Doty was saying that these aliens, when they come to our planet, they got to be housed in special facilities because they cannot breathe the earth on air.
Well,
the air on Earth.
It didn't even say the S4 facility that was found was actually the place where
they keep the aliens.
Took them down.
And that was that species of aliens. The reptilians may be able to breathe
on our military base.
Oh, all right.
Always an explanation.
Just think of all the German World War II bunkers that have not been discovered yet that could be habited.
What's that? I'm sorry.
If aliens are on Earth, they would exist in underground facilities. That would make sense. But
hey, did they ever mention space tacos?
Other than that,
just just low level, even yeah.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I want to believe the guy's story. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt on top of that. But I mean, you hear what we're listening to, right?
Yeah, and especially when he's saying that,
I mean,
that 5 out of 6 people are agreeing with him and saying it's true. But meanwhile, then all of a sudden you get the old NDA kind of a thing. Their pensions, they can't say anything.
Right.
I can't tell you about that. I'm still in
nearly every answer started with check out this other dude. It's like he has to bolster his credibility by saying other people are talking about it.
And I don't want to be disrespectful to the guy at all, especially a fellow officer, ex-officer. But 2 years on the job, you're a nobody with 2 years on the job. You are nobody. Nobody.
Amen.
They won't even let you drive a sergeant around with 2 years on the job.
They're still getting hazed.
Come on. Right, you're still on probation. Literally, for 2 years, you're on probation.
The logical
place
to hide would be in the ocean, honestly.
Did he leave? I mean, he's gone then. Like, what?
Sometimes questions get too hard. You know.
Okay.
All right. Okay. And with respect, I just should mention that, like, I try to be respectful and let people say their piece. But what I will say about Matt's story is that I've already given him 4 hours of my life. Do you know what I mean? That's why I didn't want him to sit here and tell this whole story again, because I've already given him 4 hours of my life.
I heard the first.
I gave him every opportunity. We asked him a lot of questions. My biggest question was, okay, so you're at this mall with a bunch of other cops being trained by reptilian aliens. Can I talk to some of those guys?
Right, I just answered that.
Who was around? I was asking, did he have any anecdotal stories?
One at a time. The only proof that he
hold on, guys. One at a time.
The only proof that he actually claims that he has is that he spontaneously somehow was cured from being colorblind. But that somehow turned into reptilian DNA was implanted in his eye or something like that that healed his colorblindness. And I'm sorry that if that's the only evidence, it's pretty weak story.
Well, that's
but
like
what I can say is that he's adamant and he truly believes what he's saying is true. And number two, I vetted his background and checked, and yes, he was a police officer for 2 years in New Orleans.
Okay.
So that's all we have is he was a police officer, and the only evidence that I can tell that he really claims he has is, besides his story, is that he was spontaneously cured of colorblindness. And to me,
was his dismissal from the department for?
That's proof that I interacted with aliens. It's a huge stretch.
Steven, did you find out why he was dismissed after 2 years?
No, yes, I did.
You could fix that with glasses.
He resigned because of medical problems.
He's saying
because he had. Yeah. He resigned because of medical problems because he had an off-duty, very bad car accident, was hospitalized, and he had, physical problems that would have prevented him from serving further.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
On to the next story.
Crazy subject. What else? Bring it on. I'm ready.
Oh, Matt's back. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Hey, we've got an ice storm here in Chicago, and I was out in my car, and the cold just killed my battery. And I was charging it with the phone charger in the car from the thing, and it still died in the middle of. Okay, so I didn't storm off or anything.
Yeah. People thought got upset about the questions and left. But listen, we really can't. Matt, with respect, I did give you 4 hours of my life already.
I'm not trying to take up so much time.
44 minutes.
Right.
So I've given you 5 hours and 45 minutes of my life right now. And I'm going to say is with respect, I like you as a person, but with respect, until you have some tangible evidence, I really don't want to spend much more time on what is, I believe, for you, a very real personal experience. But, there's not much there for me.
That's fine. I'm just I'm not trying to spam or take up suck all the oxygen out of the room here. I'm just trying to make the point that ufology keeps shifting the narrative of who's in charge. This race is in charge, that race is in charge. And based on my experience, none of these no one has the whole, no one's in charge. They're all, it's kind of like the multipolar order between us, Russia, China. There's all these, back, behind the scenes, this group's really in charge. Well, sometimes in life, oftentimes, things are multipolar. You got, and anyone who comes with a narrative, and everyone's got the narrative of, I know who's really running everything. Well, just in my experience, it's not true. And that was the whole point. And that's my main point. Well,
thinking now.
Yeah, it's weird
that you keep saying that, and I don't want to bring the whole thing back up. But the thing is, you have absolutely zero proof to show anything like that. This is just in your head.
Basically, Matt's saying that everybody else is wrong about aliens, and he's right. I'm getting frustrated here.
I'm saying the opposite of that. No, Steve, I'm saying that based on a lot of experiences, there is no one group in control. You've got guys like Jacobs, you've got a guy like Ike.
But that doesn't make it so.
Well, what is the hierarchy?
Okay, let me put it this way. You say that. You keep saying that. Can you just prove it to us then? Show us on one. What can you put out there besides just your words? That's a fact, or even if you're wrong, just something. That's it.
Well, like I talked about a few minutes ago, the whole thing where I was saying this procedure for fixing eyes, for fixing color blindness, I was talking about that 2 years ago, and now just a few weeks ago it became public news. But when you look at the escalation of civil unrest, breakdown in order, the kind of thing I was talking about since 2010. So a lot of things I've been talking about in the past are getting kind of
there's vagueness in it. Like people can say that, generalize it, and then it comes out like that, and then you could say, "Look, I was saying this."
Basically.
And again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but I mean, I hear a lot of stuff like this, and it's just we're always in the same boat that we just have to take word for it. There's never any proof. Like
you use a slippery slope fallacy. Like you draw really broad conclusions as to why it's a fact.
We need evidence.
That's just what we're asking is.
Yeah, because you're saying it so as matter of fact, not even like
statements of fact, not in evidence.
I was just asking about anecdotal stories about.
Well, the only reason I've brought up the eye thing so many times is they did not know when they did that procedure on me. First of all, the procedure wasn't about correcting color vision. That was a side effect of improving night vision. It was a side effect of improving night vision, which is something they're actually doing in some special forces right now who have volunteered for this, where they'll have, if you look up, by the way, go Google DARPA and cat eyes. And DARPA has talked openly about putting cat DNA in soldiers' eyes openly. This isn't like as a joke.
No.
We're all back into the whole thing again.
No.
Okay.
This is a mainstream. This is a
quit my own show.
Mainstream article.
Terrible. I'm going to quit my own show. Supposed to be a party. I'm not.
Well, they skipped over that. They skipped over that to Reptilian eyes.
So so
did they tell you this?
And your eyes. I mean, your vision got better, and
my night vision. Yeah.
You're right. Okay. Cool. So this is a procedure that is you, and your vision got better.
And this was done by Reptilian.
It was done in a joint facility underground. Yeah.
So do you have evidence of your procedure being done in a joint alien?
I mean, you would have to show us like that you didn't know how to see, red, green. My color vision is very well for a man.
Even if he could show proof, medical proof that he was at one point colorblind and now he's not. That's
it won't prove anything.
It was done under.
I don't see very well.
Steven, I know how to save the show. Play an Alex Jones meme. Save us from this hell.
Save us from this hell. Play what?
An Alex Jones meme.
Yeah.
Any of them.
I'm gonna shut up.
Throw up a UFO video I gave you.
No, wait. You know what? I got a good one for this. Because this is some conspiracy land wacko
sick
shit.
of this crap.
Get Jesse Ventura in here.
This is some conspiracy land.
I mean, really, Mr. Matt, all the people are asking for is, did you say that you work with some lizard beings and just looking for some kind of proof? How can you prove this to them? How can you prove this to me or us or whatever?
Here's an easy way. Because every time we ask you that, you go back to your eye thing. So do you?
Well, that's the evidence. That's the evidence that slipped through. That shouldn't have slipped through.
Wait, Matt. We're gonna move on to other topics after this short musical break. I'm trying to save this shit show. I'm gonna take a short musical break because this is some goddamn conspiracy shit.
Sometimes what we need is a soulful song that can bring us all together, heal our hearts. But in times like these, we might need a song like this. I still want to learn to play piano. I could be practicing every day. I keep saying I'd love to start running. I'd be in shape if I had my way. But there were always aliens to think about. Illuminati and the puppet state. Chemtrails poisoning the populace. No use trying, it's much too late. Big croc conspiracy, wacko shit. I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy wacko shit. I spend my days hiding in the basement, isolated as I can get. I sink down deep into my wormhole, the dark side of the internet. I might have liked to drive across America, camping out in the old RV. I'm too scared of Q and on and on and on. They'll hack my brain with the new 5G. Big crock, conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. Gives me an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. Fist clenched, strangling my iPad, apocalyptically entertained. I'm sweat drenched, paranoid, it's this bad, pure adrenaline in my veins. At least I finally see I have no choices. 'Cause everyone's controlled by the deep state. Long as we believe in unseen forces, we never even try to change our fate. Big crock, conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I feel better. I hope you do.
That was perfect.
We are back. Jesus Christ.
Oh my Lord.
Oh dear.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm soloed because one of our panel members just fell over drunk. That's what right now on this shit show. One of the panel members just fell over drunk.
Oh,
no.
I almost wanted to hit the bottle.
Oh man. Oh,
it was the chair.
Welcome back to our 400th live show celebration where we have people celebrating. Panel members are celebrating so much they're falling over drunk in the background video. And we have so the panel members we have left are Terry Joyce from Not My Rabbit Hole, Ron from Cosmic Neighbors. We've got Spooky here, of course, our contributing producer. We have Burn Eye Mind's Eye, Bernard Conkin, the alchemist. We have Matt R., the reptilian abduction alien experiencer. We've got unidentified S4 and the Sixth Sense. Let's try this again. There we go.
Hey.
We're all back.
Look at Spooky.
That's beyond the tinfoil hat, bro. That's
Oh my
impressive.
Safety first, Spooky.
I know how to roll.
They better be heavy duty. The light duty don't work as good, man. You better get heavy duty.
And I just want to say, too, we're such a professional show, and we're having this 400th show celebration, and I was here on time, but Spooky was late, and now we have Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense is an hour and 56 minutes late. To his own, like, he's the head chat room monitor and all, mod and helps with the show. And I just assumed he would be here. So can I get you anything, dude?
I was working
with maybe you're an hour. And this is a shit show. He's an hour and 56 minutes. He strolls in. Do you ever have a guy like that at work?
I was moonlighting. Right? Okay. I was moonlighting.
Right? Sits down like nothing's wrong, right? You gotta admire those balls, man. No, we're glad that you did finally show up. He was so
yeah, I was actually on another stream there too. So, but I was well aware. I said, okay. Yeah, I was moonlighting. Okay, all right. It's moonlighting.
Did you see his tweet from Nick Pope? He says, I hope people in the U.S. caught last night's Ancient Alien season premiere, the disclosure event. I'll be contributing to some of the other episodes this season, especially when they cover modern stories involving the government, military, and the intelligence community.
Yeah. Here's one
Nick
of my
the
new
joke.
things. Here's one of my new things, and this is very. I want to know everybody's opinion on whether I'm accurate or not. If you want to know if a UFO related character is a bullshitter, there's two easy ways. Is he on Gaia or is he on Ancient Aliens? That's
I agree.
the first two questions I ask about one of these guys. And if they
Ancient Aliens is so bad they had a show where that guy would get stoned and watch it. Who was that? Action Bronson. They had like an after show where he just gets stoned with his friend, and that kind of tells you the caliber of it's a low budget show too. Like I've only watched a few episodes.
Watch it is to get stoned. That's the only way to watch Ancient Aliens.
I'll be honest. The first season I watched it. I was interested in it.
So was I.
But then that guy turned me off. David Childress.
Oh yeah.
By the third or fourth season of it, they had already been through any Ancient Alien evidence by far. That if they went through everything, and then before you know it, it's like Einstein on Ancient Aliens. What the hell does he have to do with Ancient Alien? They just they ran out of material. Once they ran out of the actual evidence and material and stories about Ancient Aliens, it just went downhill after they had nothing left, so they just pump it up whatever, They
started doing everything. If you look on the schedule, it would say top 10 moments.
I'm just gonna leave this up on the screen, and people tuning in can just figure it out. Like, what the hell am I watching,
Hi there.
man?
Welcome to Tinfoil Academy. I'm your host, Fruity. Today we're going to be learning about reptilians and the culture of the military. It's going real well so far. You've joined 2 hours in. I don't know where I am. Hello. Welcome to the show. I am Tinfoil.
I did actually watch the 2 episodes they did.
What's up?
Bobby's back. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Is he the one that fell over?
Yeah, he was talking about me. I'm the guy who fell over drunk.
We have fallen down drunks on our panel show. That happens every time. Every time I do a panel show, he falls over drunk during the show. Showing everybody how professional we handle our show here.
What a panel!
I was doing pretty good then.
Yeah, I think you ought to get some.
I was doing good for a while.
Turn in. I think you're about 2 sheets into the wind, bro.
I'm 8 sheets. I'm 16 sheets into the wind.
At first, I thought he was drinking Pepsi because your can is.
No, he's drinking natural ice. This is what everybody drinks if they want to fall over drunk. Natty Ice.
Natty Ice. I've never heard of that. That's a beer I've never heard of before.
Oh,
is that an East Coast thing?
Terry, it's a hangover in a can. It's like 7% alcohol.
This is
like 7% alcohol or something like that. It's a hangover in a can. One of them is a hangover in a can.
Hey, Steven,
they sell these big 24-ounce cans.
Oh, so 211 Steel Reserve is
you could just go buy them for like $2.
Yeah, they're really cheap.
Steven, I'm gonna jump off everybody. Congratulations on your 400 show.
You better jump.
Thank you very much.
All right, dear Ron.
I hope you land on your feet, Ron.
And again, Matt, I truly mean no disrespect to you, buddy.
That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, you guys say alcohol?
Don't jump off any bridges.
You know what, Ron? I got a present for you. Ron, I got a present for you. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you Matt's contact information so you can do a full interview of him on your show.
I lost.
That's a great idea.
The volume.
I said I'm going to give you your contact information so you can do a full interview. You can get to the truth about aliens.
There seems to be some interference. I don't know if he caught that.
I got you, buddy. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a good
Take
night.
care, Ron.
All right, Steven.
Bye,
Nice seeing you.
All right.
All right. This
Well,
wasn't
Bobby
the best decision
Dogstone
I've ever
hasn't passed
made,
out
but
drunk yet, so
No,
things are
not
going
yet.
okay. Not yet.
When I pass out, I can wake up the next day and I'll make
Don't worry, when you
food for
pass
my
out, I'll
mother.
just remove you from the
He'll leave the stream going all night.
Yeah, that's what I should do.
Try to stay here as
Just
long
leave
as
it
I
with him
can.
passed out. Yeah. Get some views. People will be like, what the
I'm
hell?
off on Sundays and Wednesdays, so Tuesday nights and Saturday nights, this is my wild card.
Well, at least you're enjoying life.
Oh, yeah. You have to.
I just put some beers in the freezer. I didn't have any cold beers, and I hate drinking warm beer, so
yeah,
I got to wait a little bit.
Snatch them out of the freezer before they freeze. You know.
No, I just
then you got to keep sipping them, and sipping them.
Yeah, I was like, fucking beer ices suck, man.
Yeah, it does. I like it.
I would like to say one thing though. I'd like to raise my glass to Kev Baker.
Oh yeah.
It's been a bit of a heavy week. We lost Kev Baker. He was 45 years old.
Oh man.
And
terrible.
Rest in peace, brother.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace,
Rest
Kev
in
Baker's
peace.
show. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just
Rest
did
in
his show. I just did his show as a guest last month. Or
Man,
no,
It's the first I'm
last
hearing of
month.
that. That's terrible.
Yeah,
That's pretty young.
Yeah.
That's really young.
Yeah.
5 years older than me. That's terrible, man. What a sin.
yeah, Anthony, isn't it? Don't you start to think about your mortality a lot when people around your age are croaking?
Yeah.
You know, all
Yeah,
around
yeah.
you. You go, holy
Buddy-
shit! You know.
But buddy of mine
Yeah.
just had a heart attack and passed like 3 weeks ago. He just turned 40.
Jesus,
Jeez.
I couldn't believe it.
I better
It
start.
really
taking
makes
care
you
of
think,
myself.
man. That's what I said.
I'm gonna start
There was
working out.
There was a friend of mine that worked at the grocery store, and he thought he had a stroke, but they just said it was high blood pressure. And I'm like, yeah, I've got 197 over 120 was my blood pressure naturally. Some people just naturally have high blood pressure, and I have to take valsartan, hydrochlorothiazide, amlodipine. So yeah.
I have really good blood pressure, actually. Just,
Yeah,
I mean,
I've always measured perfect every time. Yeah.
I have good blood. I got good blood pressure till my wife gets home from work, and then it goes up to like 280.
Blame it on the old lady.
Jesus Christ.
I don't have any complaints, Anthony, because
No, I love my wife.
Mine's like a saint. I feel like such a loser. Like she wakes up at like 5 o'clock in the morning doing laundry and shit.
My
and she's
wife
like,
is up at 6 in the morning making breakfast, taking care of the kids, cleaning, taking the dog out.
And what do I have to do? I have to wake up by 2:30 p.m.
Yeah, me too.
and go get them off the bus and then make dinner. And some days it's a struggle to get up, because I stay up way late, way too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One really weird health issue I had since I was a kid was I was only specifically allergic to two things: mothballs and off spray. And then years later, in my lab, they tell me, "Well, yeah, you've got some gray DNA, insectoid DNA. That's why you're allergic to those things." I'm like, "Oh, well, that also explains, the pitch black eyes I had when I was a kid."
Perfect explanation for allergies.
But here's the thing. All these experts, all these guys, Jacobs, all these experts. How come nobody has thought of
Did you
leaving
send
out?
Jacobs some panties? Did you do that?
Say it again.
You know what? I just want to.
One at a time.
If I could interrupt this, because there's something I've had. It's called tinnitus. Tinnitus is where you hear a buzzing in your ear.
I got that
all the time.
Or I haven't had it.
I have had it since I was born, and I asked people, and I said, "Hey, when there's complete silence, you still hear a buzzing?" And they're like, "What?"
A ringing
in your ear.
I get that.
I hear
Has it
a
gotten
constant
worse
ringing
over
in my ear.
years?
I think that's why I'm a musician.
Yeah, actually, that's that's the perfect correlation. That's what I've learned. Because I investigated it myself, and that's the thing. People want to drown it out with their music, and that's why they like music, because then you don't hear that annoying ringing. There is ways to curb it, though.
If I was in a cave and there was no sound, if I was in a cave and there was no sound, there would be a constant buzz. I want to hear
You see that is
I have a
why.
buzz. I hear it now.
That is why
all the time.
I saw the tinfoil.
Oh, yeah, some
Silence
tinfoil.
is buzzing for me. It's a
I had
constant
to come back on.
tone.
I saw the tinfoil. I'm
Hey,
like,
can
oh,
I
crap,
ask a
man.
legit question?
This is getting real.
That is exactly.
Technology around
tonight
you. Like when they're around.
I wasn't aware other people had it.
Getting real in here.
No, I have it. I do. And I wasn't aware until
It's
Tony
real.
Randall said he had. I was watching some interview where Tony
it's a
Randall
real
was
thing.
talking to Johnny Carson, and he said, I have this total buzz in my ear. And I'm like, you know, I told the doctors I had a buzz in my ear. And they sent me into what they did. What they did as a kid when I was 8 years old. They shot salt water up my nose, made my ears pop. I said, "Oh, your ears pop. Yeah, okay, my ears pop. Yeah, you still hear the buzzing? Yeah." I said, "I hear the buzzing all the time. You just made my ears pop every time my dad takes me out to the lake. Fuck, I do that. It's like I know what you just did. You blew salt water up my nose, and I had the whole ears pop. It was the whole, you know. But tinnitus, nobody. It's like nobody knows about that. I was born with it.
Yeah, I've had it for the longest time, and I thought nobody had it, and I really thought,
I thought
maybe it's just because
everybody
my
had it.
ears, and no,
I thought everybody had it
randomly happens to me randomly.
Yeah,
I checked it out though. That's why a lot of people that have it listen to music or play music.
Right.
Well, I've heard that. I've heard vitamin E is supposed to. Is specifically vitamin E is supposed to help with. You can Google this yourself, and this is like mainstream. Like vitamin E, for some reason, is supposed to help with that. Like if you take a good natural one, like the isomer.
It's more on
isomer
the.
E.
Yeah, but it's more on the.
good to know.
It's more on the mental side of it, you know, to deal with the brain and how it does that. And I've investigated it and checked it out myself. And here's the thing though, when you have it, you don't know you have it. But there is ways to curb it.
But
that's why people.
here.
There's ways to curb it.
No, I have it. You know.
I didn't think anybody had it, but
I didn't want to.
oh, Drag's here.
Welcome,
Sorry, I
Keith.
didn't want to.
Party's over. Party's over.
You had a nice grid.
Solo
going.
Keith, do something impressive now.
Yeah, well, listen, I got good news for you. No, Keats, listen, I have good news.
Hold on.
I have great news for Keats. Somebody has already gotten drunk and fallen over. No, you don't have to do that today.
He's talking about me.
Keats, please don't fall over drunk on my show. Somebody has already fallen over drunk.
What's going
Please
on?
do not
I
fall
came
over
back.
drunk.
Here, I'm back.
Please do not fall over drunk. Okay? We've already had one. All
I
right?
was trying to use my funny little tape recorder to say something, but it's not working, of course. So please carry on.
Well, glad to see you here. What have you been up to, Keats?
How's it going?
It's been better. Our van got broken into today.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hey, that sucks.
terrible.
We're in downtown Seattle, and what's funny is I had just bought a new guitar amp, and it was a smash and grab. So instead of looking through the van, they stole my bag with all of my writings and modern notebooks.
Oh, man.
That's even worse. That's worse.
Yeah, dude,
You can
I'm
replace
so
the
sorry.
amps.
Hashtag
and that-
Unity Life.
Savage,
And a whole bunch of notebooks full of
Hugs for
songs
Keats.
and lyrics is worthless, so they probably throw it all in the gutter. You know?
I'm kind of a dharma
That's
bum
messed
about
up,
it.
man.
You know,
Right, but it's
I'm
like the most valuable thing.
If those
thing to
ideas
keep.
matter,
Poetry you
don't
wrote.
there. You know?
They stole your most valuable thing, your time.
Yeah.
You put
Yes.
time into that stuff.
Yeah, replacing the
That
window.
sucks.
That's
Your
all
art.
shit stuff.
By
Those
the
are the
way,
real.
I have to
Those
go and
damn
get.
reptilians.
I have to go and get some alcoholic beverages. So I'm going to
Bring me back one.
If everybody's going to be falling over drunk, I got to do it too. And I'm going to leave the show in the very capable hands of Miss Terry Joyce and Spooky and the Sixth Sense. Yeah, you guys are the co-hosts, so I'll be right back.
I don't have any.
I only
Maybe somebody else will
came
fall
here
over
to get
drunk like I
insulted,
did.
I guess.
Hey, one at a time. One at a time.
Well, yeah, one at a time.
What am I, Wood Steven?
One at a time.
And then everybody goes silent. It's like,
Right?
Thanks, Terry. Thanks. See what Terry does.
Where it was like, Keith,
Hey,
you
I
know,
want to ask a serious question.
yeah. Who?
Is everybody in here familiar with shadow people?
I've heard
I've heard
Yeah,
of them
yeah.
before.
Yeah, people have heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has
Stay up
anybody
for
in here had
3+
an
days
experience
and you
with
will
them?
experience the shadow people every time.
You
Oh,
know
I
what?
had them in my
I
condo,
have
man,
it
big
under
time.
heavy drug
Really?
psychosis.
Yeah, big
Like
time.
heavy drug psychosis.
What
Yeah,
happened
no,
exactly?
hella
How did
pain.
Sleep
were you?
deprivation, you will experience shadow people.
Sleep deprivation, absolutely. That's one of them. You know what's funny? I actually suffer from sleep paralysis a lot
Mm-hmm.
because I have a bunch of mental disfluencies, and I don't get the hallucinogenic.
I got my mic
state
muted.
that everyone talks about with it.
Yeah,
I
I
just
mean,
have the sheer terror.
I get more than enough sleep and everything. I just think it's the condo itself. The lady that lived here before us died, and I just think it's the condo I'm in. That I just think something, an entity of some kind's been in
I
it.
definitely
listen,
like
you-
the.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I love the tinfoil. It's working better than this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, you know,
I
we
spent
always
a
do
grand
these
total of
wicked
4
touches to
seconds on
absorb
this,
energy.
and I feel like it's the best 4 seconds I've spent in months. It's great.
You're not hot with that tinfoil on, Spook?
No, it's actually there's multiple layers, so it ventilates.
Yeah.
I was smart. I know how to make a tinfoil hat.
All right.
I want to know more. I
No,
want to
I
know more
got
about
it
the
muted.
shadow
I'm not
people.
sure if the sound
I
effects
made
will
a
pick
Halloween
up,
costume, and the tinfoil hat just burned my head.
I want to know more about the shadow people. Like, can you describe in more detail how it
Yeah,
happened?
Doesn't the name kind of describe them though? Shadow people.
Well, actually,
Right.
no. Spooky.
Space
I mean-
Noah can hear you. Ream.
Yeah, no.
Now I'm back with
No,
I
go
would
away.
say-
Go away, Stephen. We got this. We got this. You don't need
Yeah.
me.
My experiences with them again.
My view,
shadow people, man. Come on.
my view.
Wait,
I think the shadow people are just that they're. It's a multiple. It's sometimes it's demons, sometimes it's ghosts, sometimes it's some kind of cloak. Someone projecting astrally. So I think shadow people is actually like 4 or 5 different possible things, all getting lumped into what looks. It has the same appearance when you're seeing something that's kind of in the spirit and kind of bleeding over into reality.
Good or
I
bad?
don't think. Say it again.
Good or bad, or both?
They don't seem to universally be negative. Like the one time I saw something that could be in that category was when I believe I saw an angel of death, like out of the corner of my eye. I had a dog that was dying, and it was taking a while. And I saw a day or two before it was about to pass, the dog's health seemed to improve. But I saw this thing out of the corner of my eye. I just kind of knew it was like an angel of death. Because there isn't like one Grim Reaper, like one angel of death, like Santa flying around. There's multiple angels of death, and they show up when someone is dying, and they kind of need to be like prodded along, like they're holding on to a situation that won't get any better. So that was my. But I don't think if you see a shadow being, that's necessarily always an angel of death.
I want to say it reminds me of Jacob's Ladder. There's this movie, Jacob's Ladder, where the guy was dying, right? In Jacob's Ladder, that movie. And it's like the angels, it says you can see us as demons or angels, but you're dying. So, but if you see us and you accept that you're going to die, then we're angels, right? We're helping you. I don't know. Maybe I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think that's a good.
Shadow people.
That's a good.
Ernie, it's time to go to bed.
What?
Hey, yeah.
I've been awake for too many days by the time I.
Yeah,
see
there's
the shadow
definitely
people.
connection.
Sometimes I just wake up in the morning.
Okay, do you think that animals are more aware of this type of thing, or a presence?
100%.
Being the
Absolutely.
ethereal nature.
Absolutely.
I think they are, just because they don't have the conditioning to ignore it. Like, we're conditioned to see things and, try and rationalize away, even if we saw something that obviously is way out of place.
There's definitely something special with animals, and any wild animal. I don't quite know what it is. They'll always know when it's going to rain. I mean, maybe it's built into them even when they're young. I find it hard to understand how they are so aware of things that, I mean, and not just by
I haven't
hearing.
fallen over yet.
They're so aware. You know, where humans are just, you know, just kind of just making their way through the woods, where the dog knows exactly where they're going, even if they've only been there. You know, they maybe they hear something. I don't know. I've always thought that the animals were much more aware of
Amber
things
Ale,
such as
that looks
that
good, Spooky. That
than
looks
humans.
good. I'm drinking cheap ass PBR here.
I got a few different beers for tonight. I got Hooky. It's a local beer to me. I got 2 of these.
Steven, this is the best
And then I got
400 ever, bro.
Right? I got the Shipyard American IPA. That's one I just drank. That was really good. And then the one I'm drinking right now is one from London. It's called London.
Yeah, I've tried this Shipyard.
Don't you get hungover if you drink a bunch of totally different beers? I can't do that. I have to drink the same.
I don't.
Yeah, I can mix it.
I mean, I barely ever drink ever, but when I do, I like to enjoy myself. So.
Well, I just want to let you know, Spooky,
and I don't really get hangovers, so
you don't have to drink. You don't have to drink so much that you fall over, because we've already reached our quota. We've already had one person fall over drunk, and now I'm sitting on this show knowing that we've got Keats here. Keats is here.
Just go to my Bobby Dogstone channel, and you can see me fall over and
Southern Comfort just for
fun.
Just for fun.
Now it's when you mix the liquor, then you're in trouble.
I need to light up some Roman candles right now.
If you buy beer that's got a percentage like 8%, like Natty Daddy's, yeah, that's gonna do you.
Oh my god, I've tried that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's like 211 Steel Reserve. It's like I'm the.
You know,
I like the German beers.
Bernard
green beer.
Cronkett is here, and he hasn't really talked much. What kind of crazy, weird ass experiments do you got going on in your
That's
weird
a show
ass?
of its own. You're gonna have to book me again to get my alchemy talks. But yeah, I've actually been making a lot of progress with my partner in crime.
You're a
Research
maniac.
channel. And we've been connecting a Don Smith generator to so that's the pulse or your spark gaps, and then to a pulse
Holy
motor
Christ,
as
I'm Jesus in
It's
disguise.
about 5x over Unity in his circuits, and then I'm finally figuring out. I've got 2 different universities. I'm sending off some of my monoatomic samples to get some mass spectrometry done on them finally.
Cool,
man.
Wow.
Yeah, cold fusion. It's finally starting to get acknowledged. We're also working more on the HHO powered cars out of just splitting water, unlike Bob Lazar's fake ridiculous stories of needing a particle accelerator and your crystal carbon to absorb the hydrogen. No, it's just literally you can turn seawater into what's called Brown's gas, or the HHO and atomic hydrogen, just with a tiny little bit of electricity right before your fuel injector, at which point it will push the HHO straight in and into the combustion, and it works in diesel motors. So we're going to be doing within the next year, 2 tops, a vehicle that will be powered strictly off of the HHO water gas, that you will be literally using seawater and your
I've
strictly
strictly worked with wood gas recently.
Water again, so there's no
if you
CO2.
listen
gas
really
used
closely,
to power
if you
vehicles
listen
in
closely,
Germany
there's a
when
black
fuel was
helicopter
scarce
rushing towards his house right now.
That
It's
is
interesting to
so
harness
cool. That is so
100
cool
like 100 of the fuel source.
that you're doing that. That
That's
it's
so
gonna,
cool.
It can happen.
The last guy that made a water-powered
deleted
car
my main
disappeared.
channel after we came out with it, claimed I was publishing pornography of all things, thousands of hours of science experiments, and then multiple violations of pornography if you try to enter my Bernard Conkin channel on YouTube right now. And it's like, thanks YouTube, because that account was linked to my actual university account, but hey, whatever. But
I'm sorry
they don't want it coming out, but it's coming out.
There's so many alternate fuel sources.
So there really are, and it's good to see at least
biofuel can be just about anything.
HHO out of salt water.
I don't know why
Love
there's a
makes the
conflict.
world
You know,
go
there's so
round.
many.
Well, I mean,
fucking
what is the
funny.
whole? I mean,
Not funny, but I mean it's funny. You know.
I see
mean,
more and more.
Are these electrolysis engines? Like, I mean,
yeah,
I remember
exactly. It's through electrolysis.
You know what I've
It's
seen
a
more and more of is the
agent
flex
alchemy
fuel
through
and the
electrolysis.
hybrids. I'm
Please,
seeing
please,
more.
God! Well, I cannot listen to 17 voices at once. Can we, please? God damn it! You bunch of miscreants!
I mute myself out.
One at a time. I'm trying to listen to. There's 3 conversations going at once here, and I'm getting confused and pissed off. Right? No, really.
Steven gets confused in his old age, everyone. It's okay.
Yes, I'm a grumpy
We can
old
we can
man.
get through this together as a group. We can get through this. It's okay.
I just think
Off-world Adam has
that's a real answer to our global problems. What he's talking about over here about being
It's
able to
hard
run
on
a
my
car
end. Does
on
everybody talk over everybody?
water.
Scrambled the shit.
That is an important. That's an important thing
Can't
right
hear what
there.
anybody's saying.
And that I mean, you would think the
there was a
global
story
warming
about
people would
somebody
be all
in the
over
Guys,
that. You think they would, but no.
That's what I just said. One at a goddamn time.
I should
What
hear
the
it.
hell?
I should record
This
this.
shit show. There's 8 people talking at once. Like, what? Did you not hear that there's 7 other people?
We got it together, Steven. We got it together. We got it. Spooky's over there dancing.
Steven's foaming from the mouth. Everybody talk at once.
Dancing.
I just hit that mute button.
The show went to hell in a hell bad.
Do I gotta do another 20-second dance?
Spooky, what do you have, anesthesia?
One at a time. Yeah.
Can I say something? Just for a minute. It's just like I think what he's doing is so relevant. I think no, seriously. Like when we have people going, oh, global warming, what's the answer? But the answer's right there, and yet you have people take your channel down and accusing you of pornography to shut you up, which means that somebody has their backhand in the coal and the oil industry, and it's been like that for a long time. You're not the first technology to come and be able to give us an alternative.
What's the answer?
Like I'm working on other people's previous work.
I would say wood gas.
but
Yeah, if you can
at
harness
least
wood
they're not.
gas, you won't.
Hopefully, I won't
fucking
get
coal.
killed for this. Is all I can say because it looks like they've stopped killing people for it since 2012. Thank God.
Yeah,
And there's a lot of others work out there, but like
if you
look
could,
at
if you could
Stanley Myers,
ignite
and
it
he's
again,
the best
it's
example of it.
pretty damn fucking good.
Yeah.
I've seen videos where people have actually taken water and made like electrolysis, where they take the
One at a time.
Right. They buy the
I can
hydrogen
hook up a
oxygen
computer and show you right now. I've got many of those experiments constantly.
Yeah, it's a reality. Yeah, that's definitely possible. I mean, how much electricity does it cost, though, and how much energy do you get out? Now, that's where you need
more
to,
energy than it takes to take the water molecules apart.
Quote unquote over unity, but it's not.
I mean, if everybody's
You're
going to
using
tax carbon,
a lower
then wood gas is the
energy
best way to
wavelength
go because it produces
in the
zero
process.
carbon.
How much energy does it take to take water? I mean, it takes maybe more energy.
Plus, you can reuse the source.
It's
You can
insanely
use it as
low.
charcoal.
And the more surface area you have that's connected to the
pretty
electricity,
win-win.
the more HHO you get out
Oh,
of it.
yeah, quicker.
Therefore, it's not real. It's possible to do these over unity.
So you can actually take less energy to.
It takes a lot less energy.
Less
And then
energy.
it's
Yeah,
how
I
you
know.
set
Like,
up your
of course,
engine to run
gas
it
and
as
oil
well.
and all that industry is not going to allow that to happen.
Because all you're doing is you're
they
taking
want their fucking money.
hydrogen and oxygen and breaking it apart, recombining it again.
That'll shut you
It
down.
takes more energy.
And it's the combustion
Bring it
of
apart.
the HHO that gives off more energy because it's exothermic in its reaction than the splitting of the water into the hydrogen and oxygen reaction.
I can make an efficient stove out of a stainless steel like cup.
See, water is such a stable
and a paint can,
molecule.
pretty much, and it'll fucking go
That's
for
why it
a
takes
long
more
time.
energy.
Working
One
on
at a
pellets,
time.
but it
Please.
works on pellets. But I mean, it burns
off-world
its
Adam,
own
please.
gas
Thank
and
you.
everything else. Fuck, man.
See, that's why hydrogen rules, because it resorts back to the
I've
most
done it.
basic,
I built it. I tested
the most
it many
basic
years.
of elements,
I'm on version 7,
and
I
it's
think, by
perfect
now.
for that.
Something
It's
like that.
perfect for that. Zero pollution, right? Zero.
I'm not a reptilian. Go fuck your
Literally, you're
hat.
putting water back out as a byproduct.
Right. Yeah, you're returning it back to something else that you can again turn
No,
it
it's
back
also
into.
and
BS
also
of
you
a
could use
CO2 tax when they've known about this HHO technology forever. And even the European Union says by 2035 everything will be run off of hydrogen in Europe. Yet, yeah, so hopefully they're actually going to bring it forward now.
Bernard, you can actually use solar panels to generate the electricity you need
Oh,
to
exactly.
create the
That's what I'm
hydrogen.
doing in my. I have that running in the summer outside here. Sadly, Canada, it's minus 26
Everything
right now where
beneficial
I am,
seems
so I
to be
can't do it in the
illegal. It's
winter. But
fucking, and like zero cost and beneficial seems to be illegal.
Yeah, if it's good, it's bad.
But
Yeah.
solar somehow, of course, there's an industry behind it, and it.
well, the thing is, every LED
of
light
course
is
it's
actually
great,
a little
but
solar unit too, and that they don't like that getting out. And they don't like that the LED lights are pretty much zero energy usage and generate electricity if you reverse the circuit
Yes.
in it.
Yep.
And
You throw
that's
light back
equivalent
into
to
it, it will
trapped in
return
it.
voltage. Yeah.
And theoretically, every solar or LED cell should never burn out. They just make them so crappily that you have to keep replacing them, but they last 1,000 times longer than the incandescents.
the limits they've set are ridiculous. You can never have zero carbon. If you had zero carbon, the fucking plants would starve to death. So what the hell are they trying to do? Rob the planet of oxygen? Like, it's kind of weird, right?
I just couldn't get when they said that cow flatulation was causing global warming. I was like, really? Are you kidding me? What, are we supposed to just get rid of all the cows in the world? Oh, no, we're going to put a tax on them. Oh, yeah, people's already crazy.
One volcano, it will put out 1 trillion times more CO2. Like, but hey, humanity
One rocket
is the
launch.
ones that have done it.
One rocket launch. How much pollution does that do? Think of that.
Yeah.
One rocket launch. It's like a...
That's why I'm going back to old technology. I'm like, well, fucking maybe this will work if you can improve it. Shit, yeah.
They can use hydrogen to launch those rockets.
Like the Germans used to power vehicles off that
but
shit.
Look at
you had like medium filters to screen out all the tar, but still, you would power a vehicle off of burning wood. You would get half the power. But still,
we have a whole separate problem in the U.S. of sprawl, where the way we designed a lot of our living standard after the 50s, it just spreading everything out. You got to drive everywhere. It's very difficult to even establish. Even if you come up with clean buses, there's so much sprawl in this country right now. How do you get people along those train lines, along those bus lines? And that's why whenever we have an energy
water, it wouldn't be an issue. And
not to mention the
at the on top of your car that would create
fucking giant wall that like
water is the solution. He's got the solution right there. Water,
away. Like no money wall.
People at once. I can't follow.
the way we have our infrastructure laid out in this country.
Catching so bad. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up.
So there's another thing of just how inefficient the electricity grid is and the electricity that we use, and that there's actually different wavelengths of electricity that we're using everything in the infrared spectrum, which is what causes your resistance, your heat loss, and thus exponential more energy waste and usage, where you could use the ultraviolet electricity, cold electricity wavelength, which is literally 1,000th or 10,000th the amount of electricity as your infrared electricity, or energy, I should say. And that if everything was operating off of just the cold UV electricity, we wouldn't have to generate all of that electricity. We wouldn't have to waste it going through the power line.
Think of the percentage. Think of the percentage of electricity that's lost over distance, right? I mean, we all know this, right?
You got it. And it's
with a huge grid, there's got to be a huge loss. Yeah, there's got to be a loss.
I think
it's huge, and it's in infrared spectrum that is literally like several X's up your chart of energy Like it could be millions of times more energy. I haven't done the calculations yet, but it's like we're just figuring it out right now. But it's crazy, and that's what Tesla was really operating off of and getting out of the ionosphere was this cold ultraviolet electricity energy as opposed to the infrared.
Tesla has some. Tesla has some other ideas about electricity than other scientists did. So people are looking at Tesla now. So Tesla actually, he's the guy that invented the AC generator
and radio and many other things.
There's no brushless
Faraday
motors.
cage.
He invented brushless motors. It was like total fields and rotating magnetic fields without brushes and contacts.
That's a pretty amazing guy. So Keats is here, and I haven't talked to Keats in a while. So selfishly, I'm going to say, what have you been up to? Are you writing new music? Are you working on a new album? What are you doing, Keats?
Yeah, currently I'm trying to figure out this broken ass tape recorder while you guys are talking. So excuse me.
Okay.
Be there for a while.
It's one of many.
A lot of people here probably won't know, but Keats released an album last year called the Bardo CP, and it was absolutely rad, and I would recommend it to anybody. So go check that out. Keats, if you want to drop your link for music or whatever.
Oh yeah. I think the big thing is we have an art collective that's putting out articles and publishing books and doing podcasts and stuff. Pragmagic has been a podcast for a long time, and if you go to wethehallowed.org, I'll put it in the notes here. You can check all that.
I'll get those links for you, buddy.
Oh yeah. Sixth Sense is good at this shit.
Yeah, I got them already.
It seems the source. I'm not.
I got them.
But yeah, sorry, I got way too mesmerized with my old
present company accepted. It just seems in society the source of knowledge has been lost. It's been misguided, misdirected. It's a little fucking silly, but who knows? Even if the original source of our knowledge is correct, it's always been institutionalized and.
Well, that's a real nice
academic.
Thank you.
Thanks
for that. Thanks for that. Everything's alive.
When it should be
natural. Jesus Christ.
Blossoming of
could be,
but we're getting limited. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't know who I am anymore. The stream has completely destroyed my
we're getting
ability
steered
to
into a
sound
fucking an alley, with no exit.
Please watch
if you're listening out there after this live stream, everything is real. You're okay.
I think that some people are experiencing some kind of latency problems.
It'll be all right.
Because it just nobody could be talking over everybody this much unless they don't hear that other people are talking, so they start talking, and it's becoming this jumbled mess.
The more people add in, the more it causes those lags between everything.
Gotta keep an open mind, you know what I mean?
You'll watch it on replay and it'll be all online.
Yeah.
Who's saying keep an open mind?
Off-World Adam is about 8 seconds behind the conversation.
Okay.
Seems the only way to explain
Look, now I know what's going on. Off-World Adam is a time traveler.
So many parallel paradigms.
Look, he's talking 8 seconds ago. He's telling us this philosophical stuff because he's
I'm the dude that wears the helmet on the fucking live shit. Yeah.
He's 8 seconds behind us in time. He's a time traveler.
Plus, I got a fucking box of wine beside me. That's probably not good.
Oh my god!
That could be what's slowing him down by 8 seconds.
My favorite.
What type of wine is that?
That explains a lot.
What type of wine is
that? Plus, I have a little Marijahubi all the time, so it's all good. But I'm a spiritual person. I'm not gonna lie. I'm an empath.
I got party
I'll tell you to fuck off and hurt your feelings, but then I feel bad, and then I come back tenfold.
Throw that big old bag of fun.
But
Yeah, look
Hey,
at
can I
you.
borrow
I'm a
that
Gemini.
fucking
I
sword
mean?
that I gave you?
Yeah, fire
Go to
dragon.
the time, please. God damn it.
Kind of
Time
fucked. I'm kind
traveler.
of fucked. And like, screwed.
Oh my
I got the whole thing about I heard empath and but I'll tell you to f off, and that you're Gemini and you're kind of F for it. So I picked up that part and all that collective sound there. But
That's my Dr. Phil moment. You just had it. Drink it in.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure now.
Oh,
if
he's a
time
Gemini.
traveler.
He's a dragon.
I'm not sure now. Now I'm a little unsure. I thought he may be a time traveler from 8 seconds.
I've been to Gemini planet before.
But I think it just might be that he's 8 seconds behind because he's 8 seconds behind drunk. That's
why I think
we gotta get higher quality panels.
Right.
We got a bunch of drunks tonight falling over.
Central casting in LA.
Well, no, when you say we get a higher quality
penalty,
penalty,
I
we
can't
get
help you,
people
man.
who are higher. I'm sorry, I don't understand, Steven. So we need to get.
But I'm here to make
higher.
people laugh. I know that for sure.
I'm not even
Here to
drinking.
put people, smile, like get that fucking grin working.
You know what's funny though?
Babies
Some people
always used to
tuned in
stare at
tonight
me
because they
all
thought
the
they'd get the
time and,
truth.
like smile, and I would smile at
Oh,
them,
man,
and
he's
they'd get
still
all
going.
like giggity, like yee.
Ooh,
Just
we're
at
talking-
Walmart's or
we're
shopping
talking
marts,
to
whatever,
serious
anywhere.
about
Just
like
babies would end up
God.
looking at me, and I look at the baby.
Candy,
and
you gotta mute him.
I'm like, hey.
reptilians. I
And then
mean,
he
it's
laughs, like, holy fuck, that's fucking weird.
Cut him
trying
off.
to
I don't know
figure out what
that.
agency they were.
Row your boat gently
Oh,
down the
Jesus Christ.
stream.
Yeah.
I had to put my glasses on for a
Keep that
moment.
up, Pragmatic. Yeah, keep it up.
All right.
Oh.
That is
It's
like
such a hug.
freaking.
Oh,
I need
no.
to take another gummy bear for this, man.
Right, I need to take another bong here to
That's
continue. My goodness.
beautiful.
I'll go to cbdx.com, hashtag RTC, you'll get 20% off.
He's still talking.
That's it. I'm sorry, but some people got to go. Thanks very much for your participation, Bobby. But we have to try to get back to some semblance of an actual conversation. So people are just talking over everything. And I muted Off-World Adam, and he's still talking. I could see him still talking. So, at some point, you bunch of drunk. You got too drunk to shut up while somebody else talks. It's supposed to be a party. You bunch of drunks. So
Well, it's been fun.
I keep myself muted.
wait. Let's see if
you,
this fixed
everyone.
the problem. Because we muted Bobby, who fell over drunk earlier, and we muted Off-World Adam, who just drank a fucking whole box of wine by himself. The drunken
Congratulations,
son of a
by the way.
bitch.
Good effort. Good effort.
Yeah,
I'm
good
proud of
effort.
you.
Drinking a whole
Proud of
box
you.
of wine. And let's see if this fixes the problem. Because it may just be these two idiots are too fucking drunk to shut the fuck up. Right? Am I wrong? It sounds fixed now. It sounds like right now.
It's like
Look at him.
Bobby's still in it. Like he was. I don't know where he's at. Like
He's right here.
It's
But
like
he's muted. He's muted. Look at him. At least he's having a good laugh.
Look at those eyes.
You're ruining the show, you drunk son of a bitch. You're ruining the whole show. Drunk son of a bitch. Come on, sober up.
You're making a
shot.
shot, Ben. You're
Off-World
making
Adam.
a cry.
You got a show to do here. Come on, sober up. Get some coffee or
I'm
something.
crying.
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
crying.
this is my life now.
God.
Oh man, that was funny. It's like really funny. Like it's like he's in it but not in it. It's so bizarre.
Oh man, Bobby's still talking to us.
But, yeah, I know.
No. Isn't it funny? I muted the two drunkest people, and suddenly we can all hear each other and have a conversation.
Right.
Right? Like I wasn't
Yeah.
wrong.
Yep.
Just keep them muted. Maybe they won't realize that they're not even here. He thinks he's with us.
They're
So,
both
you
still
know.
talking. You can see them. They're both still talking.
Let's.
Okay, I'm
It works.
back.
Terry, that's mean.
I'm still muted.
They think they're in the conversation.
I mean, it's a win-win. It's a win-win.
Well, I mean, how do you think I feel? I have to charge my phone in my kitchen because sometimes in the middle of the night, right at 3:33 a.m., I'll have a loud hissing come out of my. They'll hack my phone. They hiss at me. This is. I swear to God. I swear to God. This happens.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at you.
No. All right, the troll.
And they will hiss until I get out of bed and pick up the damn phone.
3:33.
The reptilian aliens are hacking. The reptilian aliens are hacking Matt's phone. Okay.
Hey, I've recorded some of these incidents. Hey, Steve.
Can you show us
I've
recordings
recorded.
right now?
I've recorded some of those incidents, and I've had them analyzed, like forensically analyzed.
Them.
Yeah, 2 times when I was done 2 different shows that happened when I'm on Skype and I'm talking to an interview.
Listen, I want to say this real quick, Matt R. I think you got gusto in you that I wish a lot of people, experiencers that had these same things that they're touting, would come and bask with the wolves here. You're surrounded by a lot of skeptics, so I give you that, But what do you mean by forensically analyzing? You waking up at 3:33 in the morning.
The 2 times that it's been recorded when I was live on a show where I was talking to someone over Skype. Now it's 3:33 in the morning. I don't have a tape recorder. So this was just like 2 months ago, and now I got to charge my phone to the other room because I know they'll try to occasionally wake me up. And imagine you're lying in bed, you hear the hissing, you can tell it's coming out of your phone. You're about to open your eyes, and you're like, that clock better not be 3:33 next to my bed. And I look over at 3:33. I'm like, you MFers, really? You're gonna
you reptilian sons of bitches.
Well, of course they're gonna do 3:33. Isn't it funny too, by the way, that David Wilcock loves that number when it's a Masonic Illuminati. I mean, it's such an obvious, gang sign, Illuminati, hybrid. But
it's one of those like, God, it's so on the nose. You can't write this shit.
Well, it's cliche. The word is cliche, and I'm like, come on, you guys have shown up so many times. I mean, it's like the last time I physically had a reptilian in my, come in my bedroom middle of the night, wake me up, standing over me, yelling at me about something called.
In your bedroom? Sorry.
The thing was physically yelling at me. Like I could feel its breath hitting me as it's screaming at me while I'm in bed about something called the third agency. And I'm waking up, I'm thinking, oh my God, my place is on fire. Why is someone yelling at me? Is this the fireman? Is the police? Someone kicked my door in? And no, it's the reptilian yelling at me about something called the third agency. And I get up in the morning.
Matt?
Do they speak English? What kind of accent do they have?
So he was speaking English.
3 on the clocks all the time. Are you saying I'm an Illuminati? Or like the Illuminati's contacting me? Because I always look at my clock when it's 3:33.
Me too. Yeah.
I mean, 333, 44555, 1111, 12, 222.
Or whatever,
Yeah.
Human brains make patterns.
Well, my phone was, they were literally hissing out of my damn phone. Like it was over the top. It wasn't like a nudge. It was like, okay, now I got to keep my phone in my kitchen every night. So you know how in the middle of the night sometimes you get up, you want to check notifications? Well, I can't do that because they might, yell at me through my phone at 3:33 as some kind of, flashing gangs, just to let me know that it's like getting a nice card in the mail. But it's like
I always see that kind of thing associated with like numerology and gematria. And if you look at gematria, if you put the stuff together a certain way, you can get whatever you want to come out.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing though. Back 10 years ago, they were doing the 3:33 a.m., but it was just voicemail notifications in the middle of the night. I get a blank voicemail, 3:33, all summer. And now it's almost like a callback, like a throwback. Hey, remember 10 years ago? Except this time they're going to wake me up by doing it through the damn. But like, they intentionally woke me up, and that pissed me off. I don't like being woken up either through the phone or having reptilians screaming at me about something at 3 in the morning. Don't wake me up unless the house is on fire or I'm about
Don't wake me up before
I
you
had a
go to me.
basilisk
That's what you
once
said.
and it made noises. Does that count as a reptilian screaming at me?
Did they say they were a reptilian when they screamed at you? Did they go, I'm a reptilian?
I'm a reptilian,
And I'm screaming at you.
Yeah, I literally woke up and this thing was leaning over me. Yeah, I saw him inches away from me. So yeah, that was there was no doubt. But here's the thing: the third
Been love
agency.
you long time.
I did so much research. I did so much research trying to find out what the third agency was.
Matt, and I did that like that.
Jerk.
That you're trying to retrocausal, have some identification with these experiences you're having, but can't you say it's retrocausal? Because the more investigation you have with things, you go, that's it. That's what I had. When it's, it's not actually what you had. You're just,
Don't make
putting
me split, man.
faces and names and ideas on things. Is that fair?
I'll have you know, I paid $7 trillion for this hat.
I'm studying my book of.
It looks
studying
like
my book
son.
of wine.
Where'd you get it from, Magneto?
Sorry, hold on.
I got it from.
There we go again. Look, I try to.
Actually.
I'm trying to let you.
Walmart
hold on,
in the
one second,
grocery
please.
section.
I tried to let Off-World Adam be unmuted, and as soon as I did, he talked over somebody. That's what we're trying to avoid here.
No, but I
We're
think
back in timeout.
I think it's important to talk about these retrocausal ideas we have because, if we are experiencers, and I'm sure a lot of us are tethered here because we've experienced things that are, unexplainable or whatever. But I think once you're doing research, doing pattern recognition, where you're going, oh, that's what it is. And it's this retrocausal idea of that's what it was, when really, it could be a number of things, but it just fit your paradigm in that sense. Does that make sense?
I wasn't expecting to get woken up.
Sure,
In either of those cases, and it wasn't like sleep paralysis.
After you investigated it,
I wasn't.
With respect, though, can we all agree that maybe, just maybe, somebody calling you at 3:33 in the morning was a prank call and not freaking aliens?
Steve, it wasn't a call. It was imagine your phone sitting there and it just starts loudly. Someone's hissing you through it. I mean, static. I mean,
the intelligence.
Oh no, I did listen
probably
to
do that,
this,
right?
and I just went, okay.
Did you ever wonder if it was tinnitus? No, I'm kidding. I mean,
here's the thing. Years ago, now here's the important thing. Years ago, I talked to another abductee, and the next day she was woken up on her phone by a growling through her phone. It was a flip phone. It was closed. And she gets woken up, and they're growling at her through her phone while it's closed. So this was some kind of the same hacking, whatever.
Was it a flip phone? What year
was
it?
Imagine you have a closed flip phone next to your bed, and you're woken up by growling. And this was another abductee I had spoken to. And the day after I call her, this happens. I had nothing to do. I can't hack anything.
And this was Ghostbusters? You know what I mean?
What they're doing is technology that our own government has access to. If our government wanted to do this, they could do it too. I'm not saying they're doing it, but I'm just saying this isn't supernatural.
Why would they waste their time buzzing through certain people's phones?
Random people.
I have a question. Did these buzzings did they start after your car accident?
That's my question. I think people tarry in ideologies, especially retrocausal ones. You said it yourself. You didn't know what it was, and then you investigated, and you said, "Yeah, that."
I'm muted. I'm not allowed to talk.
Right? It wasn't. They didn't come in. The lizards didn't come in and scream, "I'm a lizard! Wake up! It's 3:33." You know what I mean? It's like that's.
Well, the one that was standing over my bed, and that was about a year and a half ago. That was the third agency. To this day, I don't know. I did research on it, and apparently that's like slang for the Defense Intelligence Agency that some people use. It took me so much research to find out what the hell the third agency was.
Think about the times that you were dreaming of something, and you're not really quite sure what that sound is, and then when you wake up, you realize it wasn't what you were dreaming about. It was something totally different. I mean,
listen, Matt, I'm liking you more and more. I gotta say. And I think that you being in this den of wolves of everyone going, what the fuck? That's Ghostbusters.
I'm just trying to keep it. I'm just trying to keep it real. I'm just trying to be as accurate, and I'm not trying to like add anything or take anything away. I'm just trying to.
You must have a lizard back. I don't know what to say.
No, but no, you're doing the right thing, Matt.
Thank you.
We want to hear what you believe in and what you. Yeah, we want to hear that stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, we don't want.
I mean, we don't necessarily have to agree with it, but
I want to
hear
believe. That's a bad regulation of thought going into things. I don't want to believe. I just,
to
agree. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I want to believe is a bad restitution of what your thoughts are going into something, because it means that you're going to automatically tie things. And I don't know why I'm going on this tangent, but it's not that I want to believe.
I would love to see one of these beings.
Yeah.
Up close.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
personal.
I know what you mean with bias, and I lean pretty skeptical myself. Like most of the YouTube channels I watch are skeptic YouTube channels, and not like debunking necessarily, but I lean skeptical in many ways. That's just how I am, and that's why even when if Reptilian comes and yells at me about the third agency, I'm gonna go do some research on it, but then I'm also gonna consider that Reptilian's own bias, his own emotional bias. Maybe he was had some problem with this agency, and it's his own bias because he was really pissed off. So I factor that in. He's got bias like everyone. Everyone's got bias. If a gray or a reptilian, some alien tells you something, just like a human.
You keep using these buzzwords for it, though. Like, can you describe them before the investigation made you go, "That's what I saw"? Like, did it just happenstance? It's this retrocausal thing I keep bringing up. I'm going to drive it back home and home again.
Well, if it looks like a humanoid lizard, I don't know what else to call it.
And then it fits a mold.
I don't know what else to call a humanoid lizard. I mean,
see, but here's the problem with that type of thing. I mean, it's impossible to produce evidence. I mean, apparently so, because has anybody really?
Makes sense.
I mean, right, because you've seen a little blur in the camera or something. I mean, the digital stuff, glitches here and there. What I'm saying is now you have to prove that what you are seeing or hearing is real.
Exactly.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
and that's the hard part about it.
Part of me that might be the wooest person on this fucking panel, because I practice magic, but I do it because there has psychological benefits to doing as such. It's a ceremonial routine. It's an idea of spirituality. It's an idea
of magic
of connecting yourself, with
Craig,
the
that's
other.
why
It's an idea of communing with the other. But I don't go around saying, especially when I've had magnanimous, quote unquote visitations. I don't go saying, "Oh yeah, no, that was Donald Trump in a lizard costume." That's what he said. Yeah, like it's
Craig,
not cut and dry. That's all.
That's why I like, I like your channel and I like how you think. It's interesting to me, and I don't know a lot about that type of stuff, only what I've heard. But at least I get your honest opinion, and I can be guaranteed of that. And I really appreciate that.
Well,
that's what you really feel
with bias. Yeah, I understand. Everyone has bias. I try at least to recognize my bias and the fact that I have it too, and that's why, in that My Lab I had a few years ago. Up until then, I had never considered. I always thought, okay, the reptilians are abducting me. They're saying I've got, from this bloodline they have, and I'm in that too, and I've got some of that hybrid blood. But I never considered that I also have some gray in me. I just never considered it. But there are all these signs until.
It sounds like a lot of the data mining that's going on in major ufology. It does. It sounds like this retrocausal shit where they're reading message boards and they're, everything's fitting into a certain thing. Maybe you did experience something, but it being that concise and that definitive is interesting to me. I'll say that. It's interesting.
There's a lot of gaps. There's a lot of gaps in knowledge. Where, there's all these times I know I've been taken. I've woken up with cuts, bruises, severe bruises sometimes, and there's nothing within reach of my bed, and I don't sleepwalk. And I don't remember anything from the experience at all. I'm willing to bet 2 out of 3 experiences I've had I don't remember.
Matt,
the ones I
have you
remember.
ever tried to film yourself, Matt?
Well,
have you ever set up cameras before you went to bed?
There's devices you could buy on Amazon for like
on camera.
There's like devices you could buy on Amazon for like $10. They'll detect hidden cameras. So you
have
could
you
bet.
talked about this stuff on camera using your face and your name?
I've given my actual pic. Like Steve used my actual picture in the last two.
McConaughey, I'm pretty sure. As your
because I'm on my cell phone right now, and it's a tiny little cell phone with a sorted camera.
Yeah, me too.
It really would if we saw your face and you were telling this to us, because obviously I'm leaning towards this is a grand.
I humbly agree,
and it's fucking awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think it's hilarious. It's really good. It seems like you're cherry picking everything in ufology for certain aspects to work. And it's really thorough. It's really funny.
And smashing it
but
together
without showing your face and who you are. Like, why should we listen to you?
Thank you.
I think that seeing somebody, especially when it's exotic claims, I think seeing them and judging, because we're used to that kind of thing, and it does assist. We're using more of our senses to say, okay, or to come to the conclusion: are you telling the truth, or or are you just making this stuff up?
And you're just hitting all the hits, Matt. Like you're hitting all the hits.
You're like the Corey Good of Reptilians, bro.
Yeah, hitting all the hits.
I mean,
the 333. Come on, don't fuck us around, Matt. Come on, man.
You said you had. I know you said you showed proof on Steven's show, but is there anything like a 10-second clip that you could show us or your face?
Or can you
this is a different audience, I think.
Badge officer?
Yeah, and you're an ex-cop. I mean, if you're an ex-cop, what are you worried about?
I could find you.
It would definitely lend some credibility to what you're saying if we could at least identify you as a human being.
This is the most silent you've been all night, man.
Well, I'm literally on my phone right now, and I'm in a browser-based.
There's a button to turn the camera on.
Okay.
I'm on my phone. I could put my camera on.
I'm down to like 2% battery here.
Okay, now you're having issues though. What year of phone do you have? Do you have what kind of phone? I mean, you have a smartphone, right? I mean, you're not using a flip.
I gotta say though, Matt.
So just turn the camera around on your face, and I mean, just turn it on.
If this is
Let me peel the tape.
I think this is hilarious because this is an epic troll. It's funny. Don't get me wrong. You're hitting all the shit. It's funny. But all right, we got it. You can move on.
If I was using my laptop, that would be a lot easier.
The inhale around the world.
Come on, man! It's so easy to be on your phone.
I got to get the case off and get the tape off the damn camera. So hold on a second. You don't tape your cameras?
In front of his camera.
You don't tape your cameras.
Captain Paranoid.
Okay.
Captain Paranoid.
You don't tape your cameras. Jesus Christ.
Are you using electrical tape? Because that might take
this
a while.
is 2022. You have a camera on your phone, man.
Yeah, I do.
I really like Matt, actually.
I would never put tape on my phone. Ever. Ever would I put tape on my
What
phone.
Matt is showing us is what Corey Good does. It's what David Wilcock does. They data mine. They find a bunch of shit. They know the buzzwords, and they fucking hit all this stuff.
Oh, Corey's holding solid to that robot thing
having
there.
some critical thinking.
Oh yeah, he ain't coming off of that.
Yeah, no, it's good, Matt. I think it's hilarious. We should have some beers. I don't know where you're at.
I wish I had beer.
I wish I had more beer.
Yeah, I don't
I have no alcohol, dude. I should have been prepared.
I'm gonna need a lot more alcohol to listen to any more of this shit. I can't. I'm gonna tap out.
Over this entire
I thought I was gonna throw up earlier. I went off camera because I was afraid I was gonna throw up because I was getting sick to my stomach. Going, oh my god, this is such a oh my no, God, stop. Okay, let's move on.
It's hilarious. It's really fun, and you hit a debunking or you hit like a sort of skeptical community that we find this funny. Like it's funny. You did good. Oh, did he leave?
He's gone. He's gone. Must have ran out of battery.
My work here is done.
Mission accomplished. Is that what he's doing on a scam? It'll really burn the battery down.
Good job, everybody.
He probably tried it and it crashed.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little better now, and we have Bert.
I don't even think he's here anymore. I think he tapped
Sorry,
out
I don't know what happened.
No, I'm glad that you're back. Dude, he bailed when we tried to make him show us his face.
Of course.
I'm out of beer. I'll be 1 sec.
Kidding me?
I could talk to, and I got abducted by aliens, and they trained me, and I can't let you see my face while I'm saying this shit.
I'll make a phone call to New Orleans now and get his ID card photo sent to me. I got friends there on the job.
No, Anthony, I checked. He was a cop for 2 years.
I believe you, but I'm saying to get his face.
Oh, to get his, we could get his face if we wanted to, but I don't care to. Listen. Here's the attitude that I had is like, I gave the guy one interview and thought this is nothing, and then I don't even know why, but I gave him a second one. So we got 4 hours of my life on this guy, and I thought like, okay. That's enough. I'm checking out of this fucking crazy train because there ain't shit. There's not shit there. There's nothing there. Yeah, and then he comes tonight and it was like, oh.
Because normally the people that are having experiences like that, they want to solve it. Yeah. They want to get to the root of the situation.
Well, I'll give him this though. He is totally tuned into all things conspiracy on the internet. And he's always sending me shit. And I'm like, I can't. Like, please, So I
thought he was hilarious.
Don't send me Clif High bullshit links anymore.
We're only 1 week into 2022, but this is it's going to be in the top 5 of trolls of the year already.
No, but you know what else is
great
funny?
job, Matt. We love you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that was funny shit. I actually, like I said, I would love to have a couple beers with that guy. Because he can spin a yarn.
No, but here's the thing, though. But get to know him.
Yeah, he can.
Get to know him a little bit.
I bet you.
And he's a really nice guy if you get to know him a little bit. But after a while, you go, all right, dude, I don't want to hear any of this shit no more.
I'll bet $100 Jimmy Church sent him over to bust out balls.
Yes,
I'd like to humbly apologize to Matt.
Oh, wait a minute. There we go. This is coming out party, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Woo!
Right.
Good job, man.
Good job.
Matt R is here and with us.
I love your follicles in your head, man.
And he shows.
This is Matt R.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, where were we at, Matt?
I'm sitting here in my my luxury Honda.
Nice.
Just like 107. Ah, Jesus.
There's a giant reptilian dick about
Wait
to
a second,
go
go back. Did you say what? Did you say 107? Did you just say 107?
Yep.
Yeah, the guy who keeps bragging about his expensive cars, 107, the head of the 17th letter movement.
Right.
Do you listen to those people?
I try to track because they're always trying to throw another coup. So yeah, if you have people in your country who are consistently trying to trigger a military coup, or they're trying to foment revolution, it's like you got to keep it. It's like a train wreck. You got to.
Can I ask you, Matt? When did your experiencing, when did the confluence of experience and political? God, I can't even say the word politicization. That's a hard word to say.
Yeah, it's weird that they're intertwined,
congruent.
Right? Pragmatic.
Yeah. When did that get congruent? When did that confluence happen?
Well, I lean moderate to left wing. So for me, I'm not very political as far as I'm not politically, I guess severely partisan. I'm pretty moderate. Yeah. And I lean kind of left wing.
Yeah, but you're following it all.
Is there even a defined line between, conservative or liberal anyways? I mean, the lines are getting blurred. I mean, who can tell who is on whose side now, at least from what I see? Somebody can say that they're a Democrat or the Republican, but, there's all mix and matches in between, a conservative liberal, a conservative Democrat. Which way are they leaning?
not even the United States. I mean, there's people from Australia and everywhere that are following this. I mean, case in point, Simon Parks and Charlie Ward. And I mean, there's a lot of people that are pushing this that aren't even Americans.
Right. I find a problem with that.
I'm really
Yeah.
I'd like to apologize on the behalf of the UK for those two individuals. I just like to apologize.
You're hitting like a lot of how do I put it? You're hitting a lot of points. Like, do you imbibe a lot of David Wilcock? Do you imbibe a lot of David Icke? Do you imbibe a lot of Simon Parks? Do you imbibe a lot of
Corey Good?
Corey Good, yeah.
I've never done 20 and back. I never claimed to have done 20 and back. I don't. Yeah, I've never said the Patriots are in control. I mean, the military-industrial complex has a lot of power, and in these facilities and these, they're
okay. Hold on, you're not answering the question, and I don't mean that offensively. I don't think I asked it.
Jesus Christ, Pragmatic, he's like a freaking prosecutor. Excuse me, Your Honor, the witness did not answer the question, Your Honor. Redirect! He's not answering the question, Your Honor.
Now that I see your face, it's a lot easier to actually believe your experiences, because now we can see your emotional responses as you say it.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, that does help.
Well, the only time I have...
The fact you put your face out is much more credible to me.
Yeah, but some people have a really good poker face.
Oh,
also.
right.
Regardless.
We've reached level 2, everybody. Just another day in ufology.
Everyone, chill.
I respect that. Thank you for showing yourself.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
you. Thank you.
That's really cool.
I have a question though. I have a question about the Patriot thing. When you say the Patriots aren't in control, is that what they think? They think they're patriots and they're in control of this? Is that what's happening?
Well, up until just a few weeks ago, all the top 17th letter of the alphabet guys on BitChute were still saying the plan's about to unfold. They're going to reinstall Trump. The military is going to take over. And finally, only in the last week, you have Clif High giving up, saying it could be 18 years, when he was saying it was going to be a few months. And I was saying 18 years. I'm not exaggerating. And then,
sorry,
this feels like 2012. It's like
Clif High went off of
the rapture. That's what I want to know.
Right after he claimed that in June there would be this mass toppling of a secret area, and the disclosure was going to come out through people raiding government areas and stuff. So it's right there, Clif High lost a lot of credibility and then decides to go off of YouTube. So I just don't see how you're getting all of your intelligence off of BitChute and believe that can be.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to team up on you, Matt.
Yeah, we're not teaming up on
There's no one source that I can say is okay. I don't believe any of these people, to be honest. I mean, as far as good experiencers, there's a few good experiencers I've seen, and or people who really have experiences close to mine in some regards with specific details that no one else knew about that I knew about. There was one who was featured on. There's one person featured on Ancient Aliens, Charmaine Rosario. Someone here, I'm sure, has seen her. Charmaine Rosario. She has a really complicated last name. It's like a hyphenated name, but she was on the Ancient Aliens, the second one about reptilians, and but it just shows you, out of all these experiencers, no, there's a lot of them. Like David Wilcock, almost everything he says, I don't find that to be credible. Almost everything. A lot of stuff,
But you do plan it to be similar, don't you?
Well, no, because the relationships between the different species, what they're doing, what our government's doing, that's not matching up with what I've seen. Now, what does match up with what I've seen, if you look at a lot of just experiencer accounts, regular abductions where you see, whenever you see the military and Greys and Reptilians, for example, working together, there usually isn't a clear hierarchy. I mean, there isn't. Now, there is in the stories of David and Corey, and the military's the good guys are going after the bad reptilians, and I didn't see that as true at all. And a lot of abductees who've seen those aliens working together with our government, and I've seen that as well. That's what the top gurus, I'm not data mining or copying, or my story isn't, it's showing something contradictory to their narrative. And their narrative, of course, when I say the Patriots, that's the 17th, code for their 17th letter of the alphabet. And the reason I even track that, again, is because these people are legitimately trying to foment a right-wing coup. They didn't get all the way there, but they've been trying to do it. That doesn't mean...
Yes, I think so.
Well, the power structure is always divide and conquer, and they're always trying to get us to pick up the weapons and use them on ourselves and against each other. And yeah, that's why I just don't go with the politics, because that's all it is.
Yeah, but
polarized vision.
I don't understand how aliens gets mixed up in all of this nonsense. This is the problem. Yeah.
Well, it's like I've never
Simon Parks is mixed up
with an alien, but I've seen a lot of things flying around.
He's mixed up between these two worlds: UFO nutters and 17th letter of the alphabet nutters. Why are so many people in both of those strange subcultures?
I think the reason for that is the people that believe in the UFOs or them type of conspiracies or extreme conspiracies where they're lizards are more prone to believe something that the cult pushes. I think they're already pre-exposed to it. They're already vulnerable to believing stuff that has no proof anyways. So why not just throw them something else on the other side? You got the UFOs and the aliens. I mean, people can say that it's about disclosure and transparency. Maybe some of it, but I think the most part is they're trying to, the 17th people there are trying to pick the most vulnerable and easily manipulated people.
Yeah.
But it happened globally. I mean, that's the thing that's frightening to me.
Yeah, that's weird.
And then like we have the lady Marjorie Taylor Greene, she got taken off Twitter and everything. Like we have politicians now that are being called that. And the fact that we've had what we had on the year ago, January 6th, puts this in a completely different type of category. And these people are hardcore. And, I just got news that Kerry Cassidy and Mark Richards split, apparently, Captain Mark Richards, because of the fact that he doesn't believe in the 17th letter of the alphabet. And he doesn't think JFK Jr. is actually still alive. And Kerry Cassidy is peddling that, too. And it's like, I remember a time where this media wasn't like this. It was UFO, it was this and that, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, reptilians, David Icke, Jordan Maxwell, all these different speakers and everything. And then all of a sudden it turned into a right-wing thing, and it became this cult or the 17th letter of the alphabet thing that has just astronomically gone nuts.
Terry, look at the marketing aspect of this.
Terry
Look
just
at the
threw
marketing.
something drunk. She just threw something because she's drunk. God damn it, Terry, you're supposed to be the co-host.
I'm not drunk. That's the scary part. I'm not drunk. I've been drinking coffee.
That's exactly what the alcoholic Terry always says. I'm not drunk.
Matt, what is your purpose within this entire scheme, though? Why you?
People ask for that. Well, my purpose is I'm just communicating what happened, how it happened. Don't
shoot the messenger.
I'm not trying to color it one way or another or say it means anything. In fact, at a psychic level, and my psychic abilities did go up since my experiences, but that happens to like gray abductees too.
Now we got a crossover. Now you got superpowers. Come on, bro. I've heard this story before. Now you got superpowers. This is where I'm checking out. I'm checking out, dude.
Steve, are you telling me, Steve, that there's nobody in your extended family who's psychic? Nobody?
Actually, there's my wife is known to have a gift or thought to, but I don't know that. I don't know that either of us fully believe that. But
you're probably talking to a psychic crowd anyways. I mean, like being psychic is not really special in a way. It's like it's really supposed to be, I think, what we were supposed to naturally be having anyways. Just not for whatever reason, toxins or whatever, some people have it more than others, or they haven't been brainwashed so much by society that they think differently than other people. And when you talk about psychic abilities, that could come in a lot of different ranges, from like intuitive empaths who are that way, that to the highest degree or whatever.
Yeah, that's why you need this is what you need, Terry. You need a superhero. Listen, every one of these guys making claims like this, they have it. You need a superhero origin story for how you got your superpowers.
And then
it's like them old Marvels Who's Who. They would tell you what each character's superpowers were. Yeah. That's what they do. And they say, well, I have the ability to quantumly.
Well, and that's where I was getting the data mining idea, because like what you're saying is and every Corey Good, David Wilcock, James Casbolt, like super soldier bullshit. And super soldier is direct.
No, he missed. Crack Magic, he missed one big thing, and here's what he should add. He needs the Men in Black to come and start threatening him because he's speaking out about this. You need a couple of stories of Man in Black persecution when the government's trying to keep you quiet and your life is in danger. I'm telling you, you got to add that. That's the only part of his story that's missing from the rest of the same people telling similar but different stories.
Again, I'd maintain that what I've seen, what the aliens are doing here, how they're relating with each other, it does not match these other people, because they have a very specific narrative about who's good, who's evil, and I would propose that there's really no good or bad guy here. I mean, our government, the Greys, the Reptilians, none of them I'd really call good. I wouldn't call any of them really particularly evil. Now, they all have issues. They both have different levels of corruption and bad things they do. But I wouldn't say any one of them are the good guy. Now,
I have a question. No offense, Matt, but we're kind of sitting here listening to you. Tell us about your imaginary friends. But
do they want to eat us or do us in the butt? That's what I want to know. Do they? I mean,
bang you first?
Am I going to be raped or not?
What is it about the
bang you first, and then they eat you?
That to me, if you are either wanting to eat me or if you're wanting to do it in my butt, like you are a threat to humanity.
Both at the same time.
Terry does not like butt. Terry does not like butt stuff. Carrot Top told me.
Here's the point here.
Shoulder blades, terrible.
Stay away from Terry's butt, everyone.
The old mud whistle.
That's too much information. Terry, I consider us good friends. But the fact that I know that you're only a 2-input woman is too much information.
I'm joking. That's a joke. Right? I mean, I'm like, don't take me. I'm talking about without my choice by a reptilian.
You're allowed to tell everybody
I would not call a reptilian. Maybe if the reptilian asked me, hey, do you mind if I do you in the butt? You're kind of hot. And if I dig him, I might say yes. All right, but not when it's like, without my permission. Without my permission.
Exactly.
Do you have to have it written? Do you have to have that on paper?
Talking about butt sex. I don't want to hear about your butt sex adventures with aliens, Terry Joyce. Poor dude trying to. Yeah, every time. It's so funny. Like, I first meet. Listen, this is a funny story. I first meet Terry Joyce, and I don't remember, how we really met, but we were talking, and the first thing she starts telling me about is how dudes were trying to gangbang her. And I was like, oh, that's nice. Nice intro to meeting somebody. Like, oh, hi, I'm Terry Joyce. I like your show, Steve. Hey, let me tell you about this time that these guys trying to gangbang me.
That never happened.
I'm like, what? Terry Joyce?
He's making
I don't know what his Terry Joyce is.
He's making that up.
No, you did. It was like our first or second conversation. Maybe second. It really was.
I thought maybe I can't remember now. I thought it happened on air.
Maybe it did, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, yes, that's worse, Terry Joyce. You came on my show. You came on my show, yeah. The first time she comes on my show, the first thing she starts talking about is this Carrot Top This
Right,
Carrot
it's all
Top trying to
about Carrot Top,
gangbang her. I know.
I need therapy
And I'm
from
sitting
Carrot
there,
Top.
and I'm
Thanks,
sitting
Dave.
there on the show. I remember sitting there on the show going, who the fuck is this girl? And she's opening with Carrot Top trying to gangbang me? Like, what? She didn't even warn me that this is some shit she's going to talk about. Are you crazy?
Classic.
But it was great. It was great.
You know, I
show.
remember that, Terry.
That was a
I remember
fantastic show. Thank you, Terry Joyce,
Thank
for telling us your
that
gangbang
was fun.
story.
That's what.
Hey,
that was
we're
fun.
up to our 400th live show. One of those live shows was Terry Joyce telling her Carrot Top and his friend tried to gangbang me story. That's good work. Don't we stand by that work, Terry Joyce?
Yeah,
We
Terry.
do.
Right.
That was a good show. I'm just hoping that Terry goes out and finds more famous dudes to try to gangbang her, so we'll have new stories. So get on that, Terry Joyce.
I'll work
Get on
on
that,
it.
Terry
I'll work
We're
on
gonna
it.
put her out as
I'll work on
gangbang.
it.
We're gonna put her out as gangbang bait. Like, come on,
Gangbang
somebody try to
baby,
gangbang her
yes.
so we get some better stories, some new ones. You know.
You know, maybe there's a Palladian in my future or something, right?
Yeah, an
Maybe
alien
a tall
gangbang.
white. A tall
Yes.
white.
We need to connect to the aliens, Terry Joyce. You gotta have an alien.
You need a
gangbang.
hung white, not a tall white. A hung white.
Oh no, this is degenerating quickly.
Sorry.
Hi, my name is Spooky. I've drank a lot of alcohol. Hi. Hello.
How are you, Spook?
I'm good. How are you?
It's a party. Everybody's
full
supposed
of
to be
joy.
drunk.
It's a party. It's a celebration. 400
I
live
can't
shows.
believe that. I can't
remember
believe
Steven
that
getting
dog.
the first Genesis for the show back in like summer 2019. And I remember being in the conversation with him where we spoke about like the potential of doing his own show. And now here we are, 400 shows later.
Wow.
400 shows, man.
Thanks for all your help.
400.
And listen,
That's a
I really mean this. I have a really fucking. I'm a maniac when it comes to doing something I really want to do. But everybody always needs help, and I couldn't have got here without Spooky. All his fucking thumbnails are amazing.
Oh,
Our
yeah.
artwork is fucking beautiful. That's all Spooky.
I love my work.
Helping edit videos and shit that we share is all Spooky.
Spooky's fucking
best-
great, man.
The best thing that ever happened to this show was Spooky coming here and being a contributing producer. People don't know this, but we got up to maybe 200 shows without Spooky's help. But those are the first 200 are the shittiest, and they got better. The next 200 with Spooky were so much better. So
Well
there
done,
you go.
Spooky. Well done.
Well done.
Pleasure to be here. I hope to be here for the next 400 at least. When we get to 1,000, you're okay to fire me. It's okay. But before 1,000, I'm here for the ride.
No, you know what? The one thing that scares me about Spooky is that she's so talented that sometimes I'm like, man, why the fuck? She's helping me do all this stuff. Like she could be doing anything. I'm gonna have to have that like boss talk where like, listen, I'm paying you peanuts, bro. You gotta go, you know, because
you know why?
Go make
It's
you know, I don't have any money, so I try to give.
It's because
Spooky
of
some
this
money
fucking
once in a
circle jerk
while.
cycle of report story. Oh, my experience is real. I'm gonna go and bank on it at conferences, and I'm gonna write a book, and we get on documentaries, and I'm gonna be at conferences talking about those documentaries, and the cycle just fucking continues. And you're the first person I ever saw to actually be like, yeah, this is a cycle. Fucking break it, all right?
Right.
And here we are. And like, thank you for being like an actual truth seeker. Like that's the whole name of the show. Right?
It's the brand, bro. We have
the
to
whole name of
stick
the
to
show.
brand.
And like the investigations that we've done together, like the Corey Good one with the
Spooky helped with
Western Union stuff. That was like that was
groundbreaking,
so much work
great
and so
journalism. Yeah, that was
Worth it.
groundbreaking, real investigative journalism, and we brought it. And most people aren't bringing shit to this thing.
Right, they just
They're
play other
talking
people's
smack,
shit and
play
they
other
talk
people's
over it
shit.
like, oh, this guy sucks, and it's like
They're afraid
no
to
one
condemn-
cares, bro.
condemn
like,
the
no
other
one cares
ones on
about
the
your
scene.
opinion.
They're afraid to
Spooky's
condemn
behind the
them because
scenes
they'll
on all
only
my
get
stuff, too,
backlash.
man.
And that's why they don't say anything. They don't say anything at
Well,
all.
the thing, you know, the thing that made Corey just so awful, in my opinion, is he doesn't just go after skeptics. He doesn't just hit back people who don't like him. He goes after other experiencers. Like even his little updates on YouTube. He had a new one out a few days ago. All other experiences.
No.
All other. It came out like yesterday.
Yeah, it was a
All
couple
other-
days ago.
Oh, now I got something to do on Monday. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone else but him is wrong. All other experiencers are LARPers. He's the only real experiencer.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even say that about him. I think, I can't say for certain that someone didn't have experiences, but then didn't pad it out and add things in, or added things in because they had false memories, it doesn't mean they didn't have any experiences at all. I can't say for 100% certain that he didn't have some abduction experiences or this or that, but it's clear at this point there's some kind of padding, or there's some kind of snowballing, or some kind of weird, because there's so much stuff he's adding in now just in the last few months.
My opinion on why
AI.
Corey Good showed up. So in 2015,
No, do you know why
there was
he's
a UFO conference where they got super close to the truth, and then Corey Good pops out of nowhere, right, and just derails the entire movement. There was a conference with like dark journalists, Geezer
Walter
Death Star
Bosley.
guy,
Walter Bosley.
There was
Joseph
loads
P.
of people that were
Perel.
like real close to the truth, and then Corey Good comes along and derails the whole subject.
Well,
Thanks,
wasn't
Corey.
that about the time that Gaia went different ways? Was that around that same time?
No, this was like way before. This was like 2015.
Even before that? Oh, that was well before that then.
Yeah. Like there was a conference where like there was loads of people bringing out their legit research.
In other words, at one time, there were some very good and serious researchers really digging in to what the real United States government secret space program is, and they were making a lot of progress, getting a lot of documents out. They were doing excellent work, a bunch of them. And as soon as it started looking like, man, there is some shit going on that we should know about as taxpayers, look at all this stuff these people are digging up, along comes Corey Good to turn it into a big circus. Look, I talked to aliens. I time traveled. I'm in the secret space program. He derailed all serious research and made it a laughing bunch of nonsense. And now he's adding in new stuff because he needs new material. He's not allowed to tell the Gaia stories, apparently.
Well, that's what happens.
I read from his contracts.
He
can't
has
tell
so
the Gaia
much
stories, so he's got to tell new stories.
Has it
Any
been
one of us could go to
yet?
Gaia
Like,
tomorrow
where's
and sell
David
that.
Wilcox flying cars for everybody that signed up in that warehouse? Has it been 3 months?
I don't know.
Look at how many people he influences, though. I mean, he has reach right into the community, and them are the people that do all this kind of things. The ones that they're saturated, they got their hand in everybody's business, and they have a lot of followers. I think you can say, all right, they don't have 500,000 like they say. Okay, well, if they have 200,000, that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, how much reach do they have?
A lot of them, though, if you look at the live chats of like David Wilcock, everyone's turning on him. Everyone who isn't a bot or who isn't,
Yeah, that is funny. They can't delete all those chat comments. They're too much. There's too many people going to his chat to make fun of it.
Yeah, there's
I'd say the ratio is at least 50-50, right? Of people making fun of him in his live chat to actually posting a positive comment about what he's talking about.
At this point, it is because it really took a lot of failed. If these guys hadn't hooked their wagon to the 17th letter of the alphabet and all the promises, that was such a big palate cleanser, where it really wiped the board of so many people, and not just in the New Age community. There's a whole bunch of Christian pastors who really got into the 17th. There's a YouTube channel I thought. Speaking of skeptic channels. There's a really good YouTube channel called Telltale. I don't know if you watch it, but he goes over all the Christian, the firefighter prophet, all these failed prophecies. He basically goes through like 10 different pastors in the last year, and all of them were like, okay, the 17th letter plan, it's on board, it's going to happen. Biden is not going to be in the White House, all that. It's like I've never seen so many psychics and prophets. Now we had 2012, but that didn't even have this many people so dedicated to it and then just smash into a wall.
So how much difference is that than the evangelists doing the same thing? They just had UFO.
What's the matter? Wait. Hold on. What's going on, Kari?
I'm sharing my screen right now. If you want to click accept, I think it will lend some context to what we're talking about a little bit.
Randy shares with us his experience in the secret space program called the Earth Defense Force. Randy, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
Well, there are what you refer to as these bad actors. I mean, out there. What do you mean by that?
Well, of the species that we encounter, we have a breakdown that we call the 95-5.
What type of beings, and why are they bad actors?
Well, let's start with a couple of the classics, right? Some people are familiar with the Draconians and the Zeta Reticulans. These are bad actors who are using the advanced technology that they have for genetic alteration to cripple a species, to make them sort of compliant as slave labor, to draw resources from, use as a food source, or to hybridize genetics between, we're talking about the Zetas, in order for the Zetas to create hybrid children, to get some of their evolutionary soul back, as it were. It's a complicated subject that I won't spend too much time on, but we have other bad actors other than planetary conquerors. You have scavengers who are a threat to just show up, grab, or steal.
Oh my God, it's about to be
quantity of a short amount of time and then run away with it. You have mercenaries.
What are these plasmid mercenaries you speak of?
Plasmid mercenaries come from a species in the Hydra system. They are a plasmid, which means that they are what appears to be a gelatinous liquid. And they're shapeshifters.
Oh, I've worked on these kids.
Yeah. So they've accepted that role in the universe, that they're really good at being sneaky and pretending to be other things, which makes them good to be mercenaries, assassins, and so forth, because, they are fine to do it for profit and for money, and they don't really care otherwise. I'd say as a species, they lack some of what we consider to be the ethical moral center. Doesn't mean that they're all bad or evil or nefarious. It just means they kind of don't care.
What jurisdiction do they fall under then? Who is protecting us from these mercenaries?
Because they're not a large military force or a large planetary conquering force, they kind of fall under the jurisdiction of local law enforcement. In the case of our own system, we have our own investigative personnel and our own law enforcement personnel who deal with that if necessary. Often the military ends up being the persons who are apprehending or capturing them in the first place, but usually then they're turned over.
Are they like space pirates? They're just all over the place, spread out?
They're mercenaries. I could go from plasmid mercenaries to pirates. And so piracy... It's, not just for the 1700s. Essentially, there are trade vehicles going back and forth all the time.
Are these bad actors in conflict with humans?
Wherever we run into them and that they don't feel like they want to play nice and cooperate, we're in conflict with them. Other species are in conflict with them.
And you dealt with this in a combat situation with some of these.
Some of them, yes, absolutely. Right? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And which ones can you divulge? Which species that you were in conflict with?
I've certainly encountered plasmid mercenaries. We've encountered Zeta Reticulans. I've encountered Draconians.
Is this happening today, Randy? Is this still going on?
Absolutely. Yeah, right this very minute.
Randy, can you give me an example of this going on today?
Sure. We've been receiving some intelligence that we have
He's getting
become a
intelligence
target
reports.
of interest for these resident sectors. We think that there's a reasonable chance that we might see them here in our own system.
You go microwave.
Soon.
This actually coming to Earth or just making their presence known in our system?
I believe from the intelligence that we're receiving, we would see them make landfall on planet Earth.
And how does that look for us for the future?
Like an alien invasion.
What's the best way to combat these insectoids?
Probably with some of the technology that we've been using already. So hydraulically operated battle suits, plasma rifles, Gauss rifles. You want something that has, higher penetration power as far as, a projectile, or something that has a higher melting point like a plasma ball.
Randy, an amazing story. Thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having me. It's always my pleasure to be here.
I'm Emery Smith, and this is Cosmic Disclosure. Until next time.
Oh God, I got it.
Now you get no sleep because of me. I got no sleep because of you. Now you...
Oh, that's Emery Smith. I didn't know who. I mean, I'm a little naive here about who that guy was. That's Emery Smith, the one who had that his fiance went on about like
a lot like Hunter Biden.
Wow, he does a little bit look like Hunter Biden. Yeah,
that was a fun one to make. Definitely was fun.
Yeah, I got the link to that, by the way. The girlfriend. Hold on.
You know, I'm kind of disappointed. Nobody fell over drunk yet again. I was like, the first guy tapped out so early. I was like, damn, we're probably going to get 3 or 4 of these assholes to fall over drunk before the stream ends. And so, come on, people, drink up. We're under quota for a
Pragmatic is
party.
down. We got a man down.
I guess I could have another gummy bear. I don't have. I mean, another gummy. You know, like
go for the ride.
Maybe I will. Okay, like hold on. Let me go get a gummy.
Go easy with those gummy bears.
Oh no! I've already. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm a professional. No kidding.
Me too.
They sneak up on you.
All I know is I love big bags of fun. Sometimes you just gotta have some fun.
You got a pillow there. It's a bed pillow.
I feel bad that he left over that video. I didn't mean to force him out.
He left.
Whatever. I don't, honestly, I don't really want to hear any more alien stories from him.
I put the picture of him.
I think I had enough. Listen. Wait. Doesn't everybody has had this experience that sometimes you start listening to a certain new guy that you heard of or something, like his lectures or something, and when you first start listening, you're like, yeah, this seems pretty credible, with this story that he's telling, and he's got some kind of evidence. It's pretty weak, but it's some kind of evidence. And this guy sounds like maybe he's got the truth. And then you go further in the timeline of that person, and it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse as time goes on. I've done that, run down that rabbit hole. Terry Joyce, not my rabbit hole. This one has been my rabbit hole. I've done that 150 times.
I'm seeing somebody say she's like, I guess I can try to pass out. No, I won't pass out. Trust me. It's like, one gummy bear doesn't make me pass out at all.
This is all the ale.
Actually, it's a little gummy.
Down to whiskey. So.
10 milligrams. All right.
Nice.
Not 10, but right. It's not. It's like. Oh, see. Okay. Yeah. No. I just expanded my mind a little bit. That's all.
I'm all for expanding minds. So that's
great.
Terry,
cool. A pineapple. That is great.
Screw the platitudes. You're dipping into the ratitudes, Terry. Let's get it.
Right on, bro.
Magic. I got to learn the art of rolling a joint again because I broke my pipe and my bong. I broke my bong and then I broke my pipe.
I'd rather smoke one anyway.
The pineapple bong is made out of rubber. It's break resistant. And then when it gets all revved up, and then the rev shatters out to clean. It's the coolest thing.
Yeah. Wow.
All right, listen. Considering YouTube's policy, it is my duty to inform everybody that Truthseekers LLC and Stephen Cambion does not endorse any of this paraphernalia or activity, and we're not supposed to show it. So. Thanks. There goes my $22. I might have made $22 in goddamn YouTube ad revenue, but now this shit is demonetized because this panel member is so paraphernalia, bro. Are you, dude? You owe me $22. I'm sick of this shit.
I'll pay you $22.
Sorry, Steve.
So
I gotta get better panel members.
Rock and roll ain't noise pollution. In Old English? Rock and roll ain't noise pollution in Old English?
Shut up. This is one of my old band shirts. It has sentimental value, you asshole. All right? Yo, Keats. No, listen. It's just funny to laugh, but listen. I'm going to tell you a story. Can I tell you a quick story? Listen.
Story time.
I wore this shirt on like the big Philadelphia rock venue, right? Multiple times.
You were like a
and
little.
I have sentimental value. This is so retarded of a saying.
You were like cutting yourself and taking your roots out, suck your own dick and shit. I know about you, Steve Candy.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know. That was not me. You know what was funny? Actually, I looked like him before he did, long before he did. And then as soon as he came along, I had to change my look because people were like, oh, you're trying to be like Marilyn Manson. I'm like, bitch, I look like this for 3 years now before Marilyn Manson ever broke. I was supposed to be that guy. I'm in a band like that. This shit.
Hey, Steven,
my Marilyn Manson stole my career.
Hey, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're not Marilyn Manson, man. I'm glad you're not. Honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, there is a reason why they wrote that song.
Honestly, I got enough of doing a lot of rock shows to know that if I had to do that every day, I would have fucking been dead in 2 years. You know, so
a lot of work.
Things are, I could do the small tour, but you want me to do this every day? Do you have any idea what kind of power and passion and energy what I did took? And doing it every day, you would die. That's why rock stars die. It's too much. You can't pump that much adrenaline and passion and energy every day, and then everybody's got to start medicating to try to be able to do it. That's what happens.
That's what she said.
It's a terrible cycle to be able to. You might be able to do it if you self-medicate enough, but then you're going to be a mess.
Yeah.
Yep. Then you become dependent, and then you go downhill.
Yeah.
And
then it's all
over.
Then you go to rehab. Then you come out. Then you overdose.
Okay, I'll pull him back in. Pull him back. Welcome back, Matt.
Oh, but good, Matt. I felt bad for a second.
Did you see the edit I made? I think it was a pretty good edit. What do you think?
Sorry, pretty good ending to what?
Edit of the Randy Kramer
video.
story.
I don't know if you caught it. Did you?
Yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen.
You seen that before? Oh, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, wasn't that on Steve's channel like a month or two ago?
Yeah, when we did the Randy Kramer debunk. Yeah. When we did the Randy Kramer debunk.
Yeah. So I've seen that. Yeah, it was.
What do you think about that? Like, do you think Randy Kramer is credible?
There's some elements of the story that just the power armor, the weapons.
Sounds like Halo.
Halo. He talks about weapons that are in the video game Halo. That's what he said.
Halo weapons are so crazy. Like
no, but I mean, somebody did a whole thing on that. Somebody did a whole thing on. He claimed somebody once asked him like, "What kind of weapons did you use when you were fighting the aliens on Mars?" Yeah, and he perfectly described Halo weapons.
Yeah.
It does sound exactly like Halo.
And let's not forget with Randy Kramer, the biggest thing to me that made me walk away from the whole thing and say this guy is so full of shit is, first of all, he says he's in the Marines, but if you go to the Marines, no, he's not. And second of all, he said that he was a Marine and a Navy SEAL. At the same time, there's a list of Navy SEAls, so you could go to them and say, no, he wasn't a Navy SEAL.
David Goggins
so he lies and says, I'm in the Marines. Then he lies and says, I'm a Navy SEAL. And according to him, he was a Navy SEAL and a Marine at the same time. But
Impossible.
If you call both the Marines and the Navy SEAls, he wasn't either. And even if he was, you can't be both at the same time. It's such garbage. It's garbage. That guy is
He would have had to leave the Marines to go to the Navy.
Yeah, that guy's a garbage
peddler. Or he was just that dope,
No.
He was so valuable.
He was such a dope asset.
I already had Don shoot the.
They put at least $7 towards his military.
And that's another thing. He claimed that they genetically altered him before birth, and he was a perfect soldier and all this other shit.
Did they
And
do
he's
that
like,
at the end of
and he's like,
SOT?
and
Tell me, did they,
then
like,
you see
design
him.
it?
But you see him talking at a conference, and he's like 50 pounds overweight. And
Right?
fucking,
I mean, I don't mean to,
yeah,
like,
you know what? No
but,
offense.
like,
You know,
how is he a
I'm putting on
super
some weight
soldier,
too, but I'm not running around telling everybody I'm Earth's fucking,
right.
you know, I'm Earth's genetic superhero. I was perfectly designed, and I got a beard belly here.
That's
It's so
fine.
stupid.
You deserve it.
Yeah, you would want to
America
design somebody that was going to last decades and not,
Yeah, right.
or 100 years, you know, or something. Yeah, why would you design somebody that?
Yeah, all the actually, it was. I got to give him credit because if not, he's going to come on here and yell at me. Like the dumpster fire thing. No, CW Channer is the one that I got this from, and it makes. He's totally right. Every single one of these super soldier guys look like shit. They're all fat and bald and shit, and they all look terrible. We've never once seen a so-called somebody making these super soldier claims that looks
All
like
right,
them.
Max used to look good though. Max
should look like
Spears looked
Rocky.
good.
Yeah,
Max Spears looked good. He was pretty, and so is James Casbolt. They were good-looking people.
No
Sarah's
wonder
good
Lauren Simps over here.
but a lot of them no. I mean, that's like a past era. That was like a glamour era of the super soldier program.
I respectfully disagree.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe they're in there. Did you ever see that once in a while, like in fiction, you get to see a retired superhero, and they're always like that. They're always like fat and out of shape and shit. So maybe that's it. They really were superheroes, but now they're fucking out of work. They need money. They don't got their superpowers or fading, so they go out to these conferences and tell everybody about their superhero adventures back when they did have the superpowers and could prove them, and you know.
Look at how David Wilcock is so concerned with his look. I mean, he says, "Oh, I look beautiful today, don't I?" I mean, what? Who gives a shit? You know?
Well, honestly,
I didn't even know he said that.
I have a hard time.
He does that kind of thing.
You know what?
He's looking weird.
I have a hard time. I have a hard time even fucking shaving every day, but I gotta force myself to because these fucking cameras. If I don't shave, it just looks like I'm you know, ran some coal dust over my face or something. It looks weird. I have to force myself to care a little bit about my appearance so the show.
Yeah, but while we're doing,
very good, Steven. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
If I could complete a thought on Randy Kramer and the weapons.
Good luck.
Yeah. Do you know what show you're on? Are you stupid? All right, go ahead.
It better be truth.
We will allow it in Pragmatic's court of experience. We're going to have that. The experiencer court. And Pragmatic's going to be my prosecutor. Right. And I'll be the judge. I'll get a robe and everything.
I'll be the guillotine.
Fucking gavel. I'll allow it. Overruled. That would be awesome. Okay, all right. Go ahead there.
It would be tight to feel wanted.
He waits to finish.
Everybody quiet.
I want to feel.
All right. Shh.
Okay, the main weapon I saw the reptilians using. And
this is going to be good. This is going to be good. All right, we're going to hear about the main weapons of the reptilian alien species
Laser slingshots
that is invading Earth.
Physically.
And this is the Truthseekers exclusive.
Let him talk.
We're going to hear about the weapons that the reptilian aliens invading Earth are using. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay. It's like a laser flamethrower type backpack weapon, but the backpack is
Ghostbusters.
Hold on. The backpack is super.
Oh no!
What are we gonna call?
It's like the backpack's really it's as thin as like a laptop, so it's super thin and has a tremendous amount of power in it. Now it doesn't have any lights on it or any power indicator. And I thought for years,
does it run on Energizer batteries?
Oh my God! Why am I listening to this shit? Why am I listening?
Long lasting.
Sorry. That was very unprofessional of me. Excuse me. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Matt. I apologize.
You don't want your enemy to know what your power level's at. If you are
How many times have we heard that?
You know, you don't want to advertise from a distance because it is basically like a crew service type weapon. Because most of the reptilians in that mall didn't have any weapons in their hands at all. The ones who did have weapons had these really thin battery-powered backpacks, and it was connected by a cord to this weapon they were holding. It was a very thin rifle weapon.
It's a laser sword.
It's not a laser sword. No, it's not.
You're
It's not
talking
like
Ralph McQuarrie here. Star Wars.
It's not a sword. The best equivalent in Earth weaponry would be something like a support weapon, like an M249 or an M60, or it's a suppression weapon primarily, and it could be used
because they're gonna have to suppress some people.
Hey,
yes,
come on.
These aliens are here
I
to
screwed up.
suppress us. God damn it! I always knew these aliens were coming here to suppress us. They got suppressor weapons, folks.
Let him talk. What
Randy described was nothing like that. He described absolutely nothing like that type of battery backpack, the real thin one, the weapon. He just completely missed the mark. And that's
Matt, listen, I understand that, but what you're essentially saying is this other guy that's talking about them aliens with zero proof and zero evidence is totally wrong. But me, I'm talking to aliens and I'm totally right. And I don't know, like that. What the fuck are we supposed to do with this, Matt? I'm losing my patience.
This is a sting operation. I am from the FBI. Stop what you're doing right now. You are under arrest, sir, for breaking national security secrets. I've had enough of you. Stop what you're doing right now. This is enough. You are in jail now.
Dart gun. Do they throw rocks too? I mean, are they like? I mean, you said like their weapon is primitive, right? I'm assuming that was it like Stone Age aliens? I mean, if they're so advanced and they got here, why do they only got basic weapons that we got in M15?
This weapon.
Wouldn't they have something better?
A laser weapon is primitive? I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
I didn't. No, I didn't say that. I said you said it was a suppression weapons. Why wouldn't they go to something like a microwave fucking beam and blow your ass away into smithereens?
Because they use indirect fire. They shoot.
Oh, there's always an explanation. It's called indirect fire. Shut the fuck up. Sixth Sense. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's indirect fire. That's why.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But
what does that even mean, bro?
Continue.
Exactly. They shoot objects near you. Those objects explode into sparks. It's like a welder's torch. And the sparks tell you the light hits you, and that is a very effective.
Now you've seen this. You've seen this yourself.
I've seen. I stood next to a reptilian.
In your mind or with your eyes?
I stood in person during this. One of the most vivid parts of this was standing next to this reptilian, firing this weapon, and watching the reflection off the side of his head from the light flickering, and I could literally almost see behind. His scales were kind of slick on the side of his head, and I could see a reflection. And I was almost thinking, like, man, I could almost see behind me out of the from the light flickering.
Does that defy physics?
That doesn't defy physics. If you have a real,
does it actually?
I don't know about seeing through people, but okay, all right.
Does it actually kill the person? I mean, or the what? No. So what does it do to them?
Because kill people. They're killing people. They're killing people. This is a problem. They're killing people. They're killing people.
I just want to know.
Reptilian aliens are here to kill all of us. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. They're here to kill us all.
Matt,
first they're going to bang us.
Okay.
Then they're going to eat us. So they're going to kill us. They're going to bang us, kill us, and eat us. That's what's going to happen. The aliens are coming.
Oh my God.
The aliens are coming.
Your entire life. And
Matt, can you understand how ridiculous this sounds to somebody? I mean, and not trying to poke fun at you, but to somebody that's obviously never seen this type of thing, can you imagine what it is for them to hear this kind of stuff?
Where's the justice?
Okay,
Where's the justice?
This is what they're talking about.
I can give you. Look. If you want to know what
proof would be nice.
if you want to know what the effect is like with this, light 4 sparklers, like 4 or 3 or 4 sparklers, and hold them like a foot from or like 6 inches from your face. That's what it's like when this weapon.
Not advisable. Not advisable.
I would never.
That's what it's like when this weapon.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
Throwing sparklers at
Jesus
him.
Christ, dude! I gotta give a disclaimer that we don't recommend you put sparklers at your face. Come on! Don't do that. You're ruining the show again. God damn it! I'm sick of this shit. Look, consult your doctor before you put sparklers up to your face. Don't do it. It causes eye damage. We don't condone this. We don't condone this. Don't do it. You're gonna get me in trouble. Jesus
I'm not
Christ.
doing that.
I'm getting. It's getting a little late. I'm not great with. I'm still on the metric system. I'm still because the reptilians use the metric system. So,
smart people use them.
Yeah. Anyway, the point I was making was the weapons I saw them use didn't match anything Randy was talking about. And you know what? By the way,
well, he's talking about Halo weapons from a video game, so I would hope not.
Because they weren't Halo.
He's talking about the Proto Saber, and I was sharing that screen. If you showed it, I could show you.
Right.
I have it. Hold on.
Share that screen.
All right.
No, share it again.
Keats, what are we gonna watch? Explain it.
Well, this is the early George Lucas design. Every fucking Star Wars lightsaber was with a proton back, and it was all about defense.
All about defense. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So you got to mix in Jedi shit with your story.
Probably had to change it because it was too close to the truth. I mean, you know, if you Google, one thing I saw.
That's a typical.
But
everybody says that. Oh, it's out there in a game because it's too close to the truth. Oh, it's there because it's going to hide the fact that it's real.
You guys see that?
Okay, that's from Star Wars.
Yeah, we see that.
It's the Proto Saber. It's like what Ralph McQuarrie's actual design.
One of the original designs for Star Wars from 1976.
For Star Wars, before they were actually lightsabers, they were backpacks with tubes and everything.
Shout out to Ralph
They
McQuarrie.
should have kept it that way because that would have been more accurate. That would have been way more accurate.
Okay. Yeah.
So
that's fair.
I'll tell you, I was so jealous of those weapons that shortly after that I went and I bought a Beretta CX4 Storm carbine, that real ergonomic looking. The CX4. You can Google an image of it. It's a pistol caliber carbine, but it's real futuristic looking. But I was so impressed by the ergonomics of their weapons that I had to have something that futuristic looking, but an actual gun. So that's.
Wait, did Steven even share that? Did you guys see?
Yeah, he showed it.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Yeah, because now he's gone. He's off.
If you saw it on your screen, then we saw it. Well, he probably went to go pee. He's been drinking a lot. I mean, he hasn't been drinking at all, audience. He's totally sober. We are the drunk ones.
Yeah, I hit like a Diet Coke, and that goes right through.
You haven't fell off the chair yet, Carrie. You're next.
I'm levitating right now with the power of consciousness. You wouldn't think it because I can rotate, but I'm actually floating. Believe me, I am an insider.
One of your special abilities. But you can only do that when you're drunk.
I gotta say, Matt,
I've been drinking.
Because otherwise people would know my secret.
The fuel of the devil.
Right.
Like, I guess when you're comparing the elite and them getting, this kind of triage of what's being allowed to them, George Lucas was like, "Oh yeah, no, I've seen this. It's a thing."
Right. He read some Joseph Campbell and made some movies.
It's interesting.
Well, he was being serious about that, saying that he's seen this type of thing before. Okay.
Not being
Okay.
serious.
Okay.
He looked at Akira Kurosawa films, and he looked at Joseph Campbell, the whole
Hero with 1,000 Faces.
Hero with 1,000 Faces. Like, it's not. It's just amalgam.
This isn't new.
It's amalgam, and I think that's the problem with you apology. It's amalgam.
Everything's archetype.
I think the best warning sign in guys like Corey, guys like David, is when they're the next Enoch, the next.
No, go away, Stephen. We don't want you here.
It's my show. Shut up.
No, it's not. This is a spooky show.
Starting to get
Hello,
angry.
lovely, beautiful
No, you know what?
beings. Welcome
No,
to
Spooky.
Show.
Actually, on
we're
a
here to
serious
talk
note,
about ufology and what we can do about it.
Hold on.
Amazing.
Listen, hold on.
Crazy.
I just saw this thing on Johnny Carson, right? And like this sort of documentary about him and Joe Rivers. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna have Carrie host a Truthseeker show. She's gonna be the Joan Rivers to my Johnny Carson, and we're gonna see what happens. We should do that.
I can't believe. I can't believe she is giving up on Mark Richards for 17 alphabet.
No, it's not. Apparently, it's like Mark Richards is giving up on her. That's the story. Now, whether that's exactly what happened, who knows?
Yeah, but what does that mean? That just means she won't be able to milk him.
This is what I think.
She won't be able to milk him for more fake stories.
That's why I think Mark Richards is over. Like I think he's facing the credibility of Mark Richards is really over. They're probably not making the money anymore, and now she's got to move on and make up an excuse. And so now she's making up the excuse that it's a Trump and it's a JFK Jr. thing. That's what I think is going on. It's like I'm going to change the narrative to make it sound like we're not losing.
Terry Joyce, though, listen, though, it's like this.
And not freaking Jay Leno. Can we be real?
Yeah. But anyway, Terry Joyce, you know what this is? Wait, say that again. I missed it. No, say
Joan
it again.
Rivers should have taken over the Tonight Show. She was
absolutely.
Oh,
she was 10 times better than Jay Leno.
She was the best.
Totally.
He was a great stand-up comedian.
They dogged her.
She was amazing.
Very good.
He crucified because she did her own show where she was giving her own show or something like that, and they just dogged her so bad. Yeah. I love Joan Rivers. She was the best. She was the best.
She was great.
She was the best. And you know what? I think her death is weird. You know, I mean, like she.
Welcome to conspiracy of Joan Rivers' death.
I think it's
exclusive. Right, wait, shut up, Terry. Wait, shut up, wait. We gotta do this. We need clips. We gotta do this right, okay? All right, let's get ready to tell this Joan Rivers death conspiracy. Are you ready? All right, Here we go. All right, now everybody shut
time,
up.
everyone.
Everybody shut up. All right, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Here we go. Greetings and salutations, friends. Tonight on Truthseekers, we have a worldwide exclusive story. Only we have this story. There apparently was a conspiracy behind the death of beloved comedian Joan Rivers. And bringing us the exclusive story right here on Truthseekers is Terry Joyce from the Not My Rabbit Hole show. Welcome, Terry Joyce.
Thank you very much. And I just want to give my gratitude to the late Joan Rivers. Yes, I think she was taken out. All right. For one thing, they didn't even do a tribute to her at the Oscars when she died that year. It was like, oh, Joan Rivers, like she was on the red carpet for many years going, what are you wearing? And all that kind of stuff. Joan Rivers. Here's the deal. Joan Rivers came out of this. You guys know this. She came out of a limo, and this guy, and apparently it was a wedding, and the guy said, "Oh, would it be great if we had a president that was gay?" And she turned to him, and it didn't look like a joke to me. She turned to me, she goes, "Oh, honey, we already have a gay president." And then the guy says, "Excuse me, what?" And she goes, and she looks around, and she goes, "Oh yeah, Michelle is a tranny." Everybody knows. Everybody knows. And she walked on. And after that, she was freaking dead because she was having she was just getting some. Like
easy operation.
A day thing. She went in to
I
go
remember this.
Right.
Non-life threatening.
Minor thing, something with their throat was supposed to be in and out the room. You know, it was like a walk-in, like day hospital thing. Somebody else came in there, said we got to do
Ambulatory.
something else, and then she was dead after that.
They whacked her.
Come on, it's just not normal. I'm hearing my feedback, actually. That's what I think. My gut instinct is that she did something wrong. She said something wrong. She wouldn't apologize. Joan didn't apologize for things. She goes, I'm not going to apologize. And they go, oh, Joan, apologize for your joke, Joan. Apologize for it. Well, you know what? She says, I'm not going to apologize. As a comedian, I do respect that, but I'm not sure it's worth dying for. But no, whatever she did, whatever she said, maybe it was an accident. Maybe, there was no foul play in her death at all. All right.
One in a trillion chance.
But they totally dogged her. They totally, it's like Joan Rivers. Oh yeah. She doesn't get the praise that everybody else does. And oh, by the way, R.I.P. Sidney Poitier, because he died.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
She didn't just get canceled. She got canceled.
Yeah.
Have you seen Terry? Have you seen
Maybe she knew something.
So, my friends, in another exclusive Truth Seeker story, brought to you exclusively here on Truth Seekers, we bring you the amazing story of the conspiracy of the death of comedian Joan Rivers. Was it really a natural death or something more? What do you think? Let us know in the comments what you think about this exclusive, astounding Truth Seeker story. Thanks,
and
friends.
cut, print.
There we go. We got a nice clip. Yes. Thank you all. Thank you all for helping me to produce a nice clip. From now on, every one of you panel members are slave mules, and you all better bring a clip or you ain't on the panel. You bunch of spongers. Right? Mary Joyce is paying her way tonight. She's doing work, man. She brought us the clip. We can clip that out. It'll be funny.
In this relationship, you're the master. I'm the guy with the whip. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Making me work. I was supposed to be off tonight, Spooky. We're over 4 hours. Spooky brought the whip out. It's like, you gotta work, bitch. It's a 400 show. It's a celebration.
What can I say?
Bitch. And I'm tired.
When did Sidney Poitier pass?
I think today. Yesterday. Okay.
Oh man.
Yeah. Betty White and now Sidney Poitier.
94.
What a great
94
actor.
years old.
Rest in peace, Sidney Poitier.
He was the first black person to
He's
win
a great actor.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And a trailblazer. First
Sure was.
American to win an Oscar, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Or something, right?
Yeah, you're right, Cambion.
The best.
Trailblazer.
He was such a stallion.
Hey, why has Bernie got two StreamYards?
The second one is an experiment. If there's time, not.
Yeah. All right. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta do this
One
right.
at a time. One at a time.
That's right. We gotta do this right. Stop it. Don't play it yet. Stop it. Don't play it yet.
Stop it.
Bernie.
Oh, there we go.
Stop it. All right, just hold on 1 second, right? Welcome to Truth Seekers again, friends. We have an incredible new exclusive story brought to you only by Truth Seekers. Tonight, our friend the Alchemist is going to bring us an exclusive new story. Standing by with another Truth Seekers exclusive story is our friend.
Is it vampire blood?
Good to see you. Please
I
tell
came
us about.
prepared with a clip today.
Tell us about your experiment and what you're going to share with us in a new Truth Seekers exclusive story.
You got to show the script.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, there we go.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay. Now, how does that work, Bernie? Explain that to us.
I'm not sure. This is just videos shot from like.
Why are you showing it to us if you're not sure?
South America, Central Asia, and the former Soviet Unions. They have all of this red mercury that comes up in former Soviet Union military grade equipment.
Now, I've seen mercury in thermometers. It's already red. So what's the difference?
So it could be this red mercury, but does it show up in the mirror like this guy's showing it doesn't show up in the mirror? And there's a lot of videos like that out there.
Okay, but how do I know that's not cranberry juice?
No, you know what it looks like, and just judging by the movement, it's kind of jittery and stuff. It's almost like there's like some a coil or something that's hidden underneath the table or something moving. I mean that's a classic move by these hoaxers that try to pull that
What
stuff.
was up with that Christopher Lee Dracula though? Where did that come from?
Go back.
Pre-prepared, all right. I
needed to fill a few seconds. Shut up, Great Magic. That's some good production.
Shout out to Sifi for the music.
Did no one else see the Christopher Lee Dracula?
I did.
I think we all did, but we're just choosing to ignore it right now.
I'm not. I'm gonna hang on.
I don't know what we're like. I'm confused now.
Yeah, what's the context?
The red mercury in the grenade handle. Yeah, it's being attracted by gold.
Thing.
I just want to say that we tried real hard to bring you a real good exclusive story, but so far this is not looking good. Okay, and I'm not responsible because it's his story. Let's get back to it. All right.
Yo, that Christopher Lee Hammer film Dracula is fucking awesome.
Welcome back. I'm sorry about that last story that sucked. I think. I'm sorry, Bernard. I love it.
I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it.
Unless you can explain it.
I believe in the science we were doing, so keep doing it, bro.
Wait. You gotta explain it. So there's some kind of weird red mercury that garlic can repel and attract, or what?
Yeah, garlic repels it. Gold's attracted to it.
Is that all mercury or just
this red mercury? And apparently
nobody has it. Nobody can get it or test it. Or,
because it's made in it's used in nuclear weapons or something.
It's kind of like a little.
This story sucks.
It's kind of like a little vampire, though.
I've got to choose to err on the side of caution. I believe the story.
Red mercury supposedly
Everybody subscribe
the
to
German
Bernie.
UFOs and the Vihemon, so there is something to it, right? And these are videos.
Right. I just saw something with my eyes.
Former Russian military weapons with this red mercury in it. That's what that was.
It's kind of like a little vampire in a bottle because it smells like garlic. And it goes to gold, and you know, and
it show up in a mirror.
The international.
Oh, that's why they showed the vampire.
Look at this. The international.
Things don't show up in a mirror.
The International Atomic Energy Agency said that red mercury is fake. It doesn't exist. I think it's bullshit.
Crazy.
You think it's bullshit?
Yeah, I think it's bullshit. Yeah,
I think it's bullshit unless you can show us the mercury or get it.
Yeah, try it.
If everyone
show us.
Easily get that and test that.
Because it doesn't exist.
Here we go. Man. You challenge the monster. Here we go.
Get him!
Purportedly a substance. Purportedly.
Place your bets. Bernie versus Steve
Great
Campion
secrecy.
coming up.
Jingle bets.
Let's see.
Ooh, it's on air. Whatever's happening there.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'll try to solo it.
On air.
Oh,
is it on air? Because that's pretty.
I don't know.
If it is,
looks like it's on Matter, but you know.
That was my other camera. I was showing the bottom, which is
oh my god, Bert Ernie, I knew it.
And the alchemists claim that it's red mercury. It's one of the things that I need to get tested in a mass
Wait,
spectrometer.
I saw this in a Star Trek movie once. Can that implode a planet?
Your guess is as good as mine. I can send you some.
Well, you're the scientist, bro. You're bringing this to us. I got questions.
Gary, get him, Gary! Get him!
What does
Get
mean to the progress of humanity? What can we do with it right now to benefit everybody suffering on this planet Earth?
Make money.
The monatomic.
Is not a great answer.
Someone's echoing.
Is not a good answer.
Someone is echoing.
I love you, but like, is not a good answer. There's a lot of people suffering here.
Yeah.
I love you, buddy.
Yeah. Somebody's echoing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I only have
Everyone's
StreamYard
silent
open
all of a sudden.
in
I feel
the chat.
like I just
Pop out
made
chat.
everybody silent. Who's echoing?
Is it Bert? Bert and Ernie?
What is that?
No.
That looks
I mean,
like a
is that-
potion
no?
from Crash Team Racing.
Bert and Ernie makes Bernie. So what can I say? It's my alter ego. What I just shook up there, that is pure monoatomic white gold and silver. And that can better each person's life if you make it, because it gives you your colloidal silver and colloidal gold, which is apparently antiviral and extends
And
your
it has
life.
no medical, nothing medical.
Right there. I'm gonna stop you right there. Hello. I got it. No.
This is funny.
No. Don't talk about anything related to
No, he can go higher. He can go higher. Keep talking.
anything.
He can go higher.
No. Don't. You can't.
He
And
can go
I
higher,
Look,
Steve.
I'm
You
sorry
can do
you
it.
can't. I'm sorry you can't. I would like to hear this, but I cannot on this platform. So please, let's not discuss health issues. Thank you.
It's not
very
medical
much.
advice in
Yes.
any way, and
I don't care.
experiment.
No. Okay, move on. Next topic. Thank you. Thank
But
you.
the cards can heal you.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta wake up at 6.
Hey, we'll see you, dude. We'll see you.
Good night. Good night,
Good night, Anthony. Good to have you here.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Best of
Good
luck.
to have you here.
Thank
Good night, everybody.
Anthony, hey,
Good night.
you're-
Good
you're a
night,
dope
Anthony.
Good night,
dude.
good night, good night,
Big
good
luck
night.
to you, brother.
Anthony, you're a dope
night.
dude. You do what you do, dude.
Good night.
doing?
Much
Good
love,
night,
everybody.
Anthony.
You're doing what
Bert
you
and Ernie
do.
guys are
got
great.
canceled. They're not allowed on the Cambrian show, I guess.
Later, Matt. Take care, Matt. Be good, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, I got a lot of love for Anthony. He's a good guy.
Yeah,
He's
Anthony's
a good
dope.
guy. He's a dope guy.
Like I
He's one of the
said,
good guys. Yes.
hey,
exactly.
he's a dope
He's one of the
dude. Hey,
good guys.
dude, do what
He's a dope dude, man.
Good dope dude.
He's from Staten Island.
I think he's one of the good guys.
No, he is a good guy, man. He is a good guy.
Matt is not amused.
Matt looks a little bit upset.
I'm tired. I'm just tired. I'm usually asleep 2 hours ago, so I'm just trying.
Are you stuck in your car somewhere? Or are you, like,
Why are
still
you in
there?
your car right now? Why can't you talk in your house?
Because my Wi-Fi gets knocked out when I talk.
And he
to
lives
my
in his, and he lives in his parents' basement. Okay, shut up.
Wait, your Wi-Fi is better in your car than it is in your house?
Yeah, that's
My
what
Wi-Fi.
happened to me.
When I talk about the
Here, I'm
subject,
telling his alien
when I
story.
talk about the subject, my Wi-Fi gets knocked out.
The aliens knock it out.
Hey, I know my Wi-Fi.
The aliens are in your house. That's why.
All right.
Your
pulling
lighting
the
is
plug.
good though. Your lighting is good. What do
He's
you
got a
use?
ring light or
Do you have
something. Or that visor
How are
light
you
in the
lighting your
car.
face?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Oh my
I
god,
got
it's
it.
an
That
Indian
works
craft.
pretty
Watch
good.
out, bro.
He's
Watch
in the
out.
car studio. Great.
Yeah.
I know
Getting a
my
bucket.
wife
Watch out.
Jesus
gets
Christ.
all uppity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was a bad joke.
I'm on speakerphone too because I left my damn my headset. So all right.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I just want to mention that we're over 4 hours and 19 minutes.
I
so
know.
We're like
I'm
We're
tapping
live
out.
on Twitter
Yeah.
and
Away from
Facebook
420.
and
Blaze it
YouTube.
if you've got it,
you
bros.
idiot.
Blaze
Yeah,
it if
I
you've got
am.
it. 420.
We are right now live on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube.
I
And
know
have been-
all of them. And
Nice.
I just want to
Yard.
say, Matt, you've gone
Nice.
through like intense experiences, right? If you find us intense as people, I don't know how you dealt with reptilian shit, bro. That sounds pretty intense.
So like we're worse than reptilians. That's kind
Right?
of
We're like pretty
wow.
intense as people. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, it's got to the point where it just doesn't surprise me at this point. Like when I get woken up, you know, if there's a reptilian standing there, or if there's a reptilian hissing through my phone, you know, a few weeks ago. Either way, it's like there's no adrenaline with it anymore. It's just like, my God, really? You're gonna wake me up for this? Just to let me know.
Because I get phone calls from aliens
Matt,
all
can
the
I
time.
request that from this point forward you
Hey,
try to like
you have phone calls,
these
right? Do they have phone
incidences
numbers?
on camera
One at a
and stuff
time,
like
one at
that,
a
just like going forward? It would be a good way to verify and like show for others your experiences you're going through. is just to like have a camera on standby for the
Well,
next
they would
time.
definitely know. They would know. Well, like I said, you could go on Amazon
if
right
they
now.
know, then it would stop your problem of having these experiences.
Wouldn't you want to shut off your phone if they're waking you up every morning at 3:33? I mean, that would be
I'm
annoying.
checking out. I'm checking out. I'm checking out of this whole shit show. I'm checking out this whole story, especially. This has just been just another day in ufology. And I got to tell you that I'm getting sick of this shit. Okay? I am. But I still kind of love it, too. It's like a 50-50 love-hate relationship with having just another day in ufology.
Yeah.
But here we are. And we're gonna check out of here. I'm gonna throw you.
Steven, somebody wants you to stay up till 3:33.
I'm chaining myself to this box.
We'll see.
Sir.
We'll find out.
Everyone here,
I'm gonna throw.
Keep me updated in case anyone here has their phone turn on in the middle of the night. You know, any hissing, growling.
Okay, Matt. I'll ask everyone that knows someone called Matt, and I'll find you.
Please don't hack my phone. I get like no sleep at all anyway. Please don't do that to me.
Please don't do that to kids.
Me too.
Don't screw with
I've got
my
some
phone.
pictures of
All right, I'm gonna jump out. I'm gonna jump out here.
Yes.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'll sit in the chat here.
Thank you for helping us the whole way to get to 400 live shows.
You're doing good, man.
Here since the beginning.
You're doing good.
Thank you for your always supporting the show and for helping us do this. Couldn't have done it
Thanks,
without
Carrie.
you.
Thanks, Carrie, for helping out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you guys.
People.
All right. Thank you. Six's Designs.
Hey, remember everybody, watch out for those golden probes. They might get you.
Yeah. I kind of want to make one, but then I was like feeling a little hesitant about ordering.
No, you should make one. Be proud. You earned it.
I was
earned
thinking
that
of
golden probe, sir.
Yeah, I thought it all out too. I'm like, all I need to do is order a dildo and a stand to put it on and some gold
That's
paint.
all you need.
Yeah,
gold
but
paint.
then I felt a little gay trying to like look at dildos.
No, it's
to
okay.
order.
It's okay. You are the calmest show host in ufology, sir.
I know. I should have the award on my shelf, so
Just stick it up your butt.
I'm gonna get me a dildo, a golden one. Okay. All right. We'll figure that out.
We'll do that. We'll figure that out, bro.
It's super manly.
Cheers to everybody.
Tickle it.
Cheers
It's
to
really-
Kev
it's
Baker.
really
Cheers
manly.
to everybody watching.
Cheers.
I love all of you. Here's to you.
400th live broadcast. You never know what the hell's going to happen on this shit show. So
Steven's
thanks to
gonna
all
get
my
some
crazy
butt stuff.
friends. It's me and my crazy friends. That's what this show is about. There we go.
Steven's gonna get a butt tickle before the end of the year.
A little butt tickle. He's gonna
Or
experience
before
something
the
called
end
the
of the
phenomenon.
year.
He's gonna love it.
No butt stuff. No. I don't do
All
any
Wait,
butt
you're
stuff.
gonna be on butt
Here's
stuff next
to
week.
Steven's
Don't lie.
all butt stuff. Everyone.
All right. Well, Matt, you've been a good sport, and I'm sorry if
Thank
you
you,
thought
man.
anybody
Thank you
was
for
too
taking
harsh
the
or
roast.
anything.
Thank you, love.
Yes, I'll give you this. You have an amazing ability to show up and take scrutiny, and for that I respect you. So you
Big
have a good
respect, man.
night.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Lens flare or plasma ball?
Yo, we're 4:24 minutes in. I'm not.
Wait, we hit 420. Hey, I got
We hit 420. Hey, another
Oh,
drink
it's-
for
oh,
420.
it's-
I'll drink to 420. There we go.
I will toke to 420. Okay, here's the crazy part about this thing. Then as it comes in, it looks like that.
All right.
And then that.
Wait a minute.
Come on for a show next week and show.
I'm afraid that, friends, we have run out of time. And these amazing
Love you all.
mysteries,
What
a new
is
one
time?
being brought to
Find
us
out next week.
exclusively by Bernard Conkin. We won't have time for it today, but we will be returning with new mysteries next week. And my co-hosts for the evening, I want to thank both of you. We have Terry Joyce from
Thank
Not
you.
My Rabbit Hole, amazing and funny friend of mine, and of course, Kari, Spooky, who is the contributing producer here, doing a whole bunch of stuff to make the show look great,
I'm also
sound great.
a co-host on That One Time I Was Abducted by Aliens. Please check us out.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm new to that channel, but they've embraced me as a co-host. So please check us out.
There
that
you
one
go.
time I was abducted by aliens.
All right, you're out of here. Terry Joyce, I'm throwing you out of here as well.
Thank you. Congratulations, Stephen.
Yes, 400 of these shit shows.
Yes, congratulations.
Imagine that. All right, some shows, look, don't you know, right? It's peaks and valleys, right?
Yeah.
Some shows are just going to be shitty. I'm sorry. I did the best I could. Some of these shows are going to be shitty. So thank you for being on one of the shittier ones.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yes. Thank you very much for all your contributions. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Always fun to hang out with you. Have a good night, Terry Joyce. And there we go, friends. That's about it. That's about all I got for you. Listen, this has been a marathon of crazy, and I think I got to tap out. It's just too much. Always happy when there's an audience. Thank you so much for being a part of mine. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. And thank God we got to 400 live shows. I can't wait to do another 400. Good night, all of you, and God bless you.